Hello everyone, so in this video we are going to learn the top 15 Google Sheets automation, which means that this video is going to be a complete guide for you where you will be learning the immensely useful and most amazing automations for Google Sheet so that you can make your data handling way more easier. So what you're going to learn is that how you can automatically add the PhonePe received payment details to your Google Sheet and keep a record forever. Then you can send WhatsApp messages on status update from Google Sheet, like the data you have collected in your Google Sheet. From that you can send WhatsApp message updates. You can also create Notion database items for new sheets, or you can create multiple tasks to different task management applications from Google Sheets as well. You can send birthday wishes on SMS on specific date without fail, and you can also automatically send payment reminders on WhatsApp to the late payers. And not just these automations, you can learn multiple automations for Google Sheets with the help of Pabbly Connect. Let us learn how are we going to do that.
Hello and welcome to Pabbly. So in this video, we are going to discuss how to automatically add PhonePe received payment details to Google Sheet. So as you all know, PhonePe is one of the most popular UPI payment application in India. And a lot of PhonePe users want to add the received payment details, the payments which they receive on PhonePe, they want to add those details into a Google Sheet. But guys, PhonePe and Google Sheet don't have a direct connection, any kind of native integration between them. So that is why they are not able to do this. So in this video, we came up with an amazing automation in which whenever you are going to receive a new payment in PhonePe, automatically the details of that payment, like the name of the user who has sent us the payment, the amount, transaction ID, and other details of that payment will be automatically added as a new row into our Google Sheet. Now guys, how you can set up this automation between PhonePe and Google Sheet and collect your payment details automatically in Google Sheet? To know this, you have to come with me to my screen.
So as you can see, here we are on the Google Sheet in which we want to add the details of the payment which we are receiving on PhonePe. Now we want that every time we receive a payment on PhonePe, the details of that payment should be added into the Google Sheet. But here guys, as we discussed, that PhonePe, Google Sheet don't have a direct connection between them. Now here guys, what we are going to do, every time we receive a payment on PhonePe, PhonePe will send us an email with the received payment details on our registered email address. So as you can see over here on my registered email address, I have received an email, and in this email, you can see all the details of the payment. Here in subject line, you can see that we have received this amount from this user. And after this, here you can see all other details like transaction ID, the date of the payment, the credited account, the status of the transaction, bank reference number, and message as well. So here, every time we receive a payment, PhonePe sends us the email with the payment details. Now what we are going to do, using this email which PhonePe is going to send us, we are going to extract the details of the payment which we have received using Pabbly Connect. And after that, after extracting those details, using Pabbly Connect workflow as well, automatically we are going to add the payment details in this Google Sheet. So how it is done? Let's see guys. So here you can see that we are on Pabbly Connect's dashboard. Now to reach this dashboard, you will get a free sign up link of Pabbly Connect in the description box below. By clicking on that link, you can create your free Pabbly Connect account in just 2 minutes. And after creating your account, just click on this create workflow button and give this workflow a name. For example, I would like to name my workflow as Gmail to Google Sheets PhonePe payment details. And then just click on create. Now instead of this, you can give any name to your automation workflow according to your requirement. Now when we click on create, here you can see that a workflow is open over here. And in this workflow, we have 2 different windows. First one is the trigger window and second one is the action window. So triggers and actions are basically those 2 concepts, those 2 principles on which this whole automation works on, where the trigger says when this happens and the action says do this. So let's begin with our trigger window. So as I told you, our idea is first we have to get the emails which we are receiving on our Gmail account inside Pabbly Connect. So here in trigger window, we are going to connect our Gmail account with Pabbly Connect, and to do so, we will be using a feature or module of Pabbly Connect that is called email parser. So here in trigger window, select email parser. After selecting email parser, here you can see that Pabbly Connect gave us an email address. And all the emails sent on this particular email address which Pabbly Connect gave us, all of those emails will be received inside this Pabbly Connect workflow. So what we are going to do, First, we are going to forward all the emails which we are receiving on our Gmail account to this particular email address which Pabbly Connect gave us. So let's do this. Just copy this email address from here and you just have to follow all the instruction given below over here. So to forward all the emails from our Gmail account to this email address, just go to Gmail, click on the settings option and click on see all settings. After coming to the settings page, here you have an option of forwarding and POP/IMAP. Just click on it and here you have an option of adding the forwarding email. Click on this add a forwarding address and here in this box paste the same email address which we have copied from Pabbly Connect and click on next. Then just click on proceed and after clicking on proceed, here we have received another pop-up which says a confirmation code has been sent to this email address which was given by Pabbly Connect to verify permission. Now Gmail has sent an email address, a confirmation email, a confirmation code on this particular email address. And as I told you, all the emails sent on this email address will be received inside Pabbly Connect. So here in our Pabbly Connect workflow, you can see that we have received some response. And in this response, you can see that we have received an email from Gmail team. And we will scroll down further, you can see the details of that mail as well. So here guys, you can see the body of the email as well. So here we have a response named as body text. And in this response, you can see the complete body of the email which we have received. So this is the email which Gmail team has sent us. And in this same email, you can see the confirmation code which they have sent. So just copy this confirmation code from this email body text response and then go to Gmail and then just paste it over here. Click on verify and then this forwarding has been verified. Now after adding this email address, here we have two options. It is by default selected on disable forwarding. We have to change and select this option of forward a copy of incoming mails to this email address. And then just click on this save changes button. And that is it guys. We have successfully forwarded all the emails from our Gmail account to this particular email address given by email parser. So here guys, what we have done, the step 1 of setting up this automation is completed. Now what we have to do, we just have to click on this recapture email parser response button. And then again, it is showing us waiting for email parser response. Now, whenever we are going to receive an email on our Gmail account, automatically the details of that email will be received inside Pabbly Connect. So here guys, what I am going to do, I'll just ask one of my friends to send me some payment on PhonePe. So that PhonePe will send me an email with the payment details which I have received. And then we will capture the response of that same email inside Pabbly Connect. And after that, we will start setting up the automation further. So let's wait for a few seconds over here. And yes guys, here you can see that just now we have received an email from PhonePe of a payment which we have received. So here guys, let's open this email and you can see we have the subject line of received rupees 100 from this user. Then after that, when we will scroll down further in this email, you can see other details of this payment. Like we have the name of the user who has sent us the payment, from whom we have received the payment. We have the date, we have the amount, we have the transaction ID, the transaction status, in which bank account of ours this payment is created. You can see that too. You can see the bank reference number and also the message which they have sent with the payment. So guys, we have successfully received an email for the payment which we have received. And because we have forwarded the emails from our Gmail account to Pabbly Connect, we will see the details of this same email will also be captured inside Pabbly Connect. So let's see, we'll go to our Pabbly Connect workflow. And yes guys, here you can see that we have received an email on our Pabbly Connect account from PhonePe. Here you can see the same email address as well. Then after that, we will scroll down and here you can see the subject line of the email, the same subject line which we have received in the email. Then we will scroll down further and you can see other details to the email as well. And then here you can see a label of body text. And in this body text section, you can see all the details of the email with the payment details which we have received. So here you can see that in this email, in this body text section, you can see the details of the complete email from here. So here you can see the date of the payment which we have received. Here you can see that from which user we have received. Then you can see the amount. Then we have the transaction ID. Then we have the transaction status. Then we have the name of the bank account in which it is credited of ours. We have the reference number and also the message. Now this means guys, the step 1 of setting up this automation is completed. We have received the details of a payment from via email inside Pabbly Connect. So guys, after this, what we have to do in step 2, we have to add a condition. So by adding this email address, by adding this email parser, all the emails on our Gmail account will be sent to Pabbly Connect. But using this automation, we only want to get the details or process the details of the emails which we get from PhonePe of a received payment. So what we are going to do, we are going to use a filter. We are going to add a condition in this automation workflow in the next step so that only the emails which we receive from PhonePe for the received payment, only those emails will be processed using this automation, and using those emails, we are going to extract the payment details and add into the Google Sheet. So how it is done, how you can add these details over here, how you can basically add such kind of filter condition. Now to do this, just scroll down, come to our action window, and here in choose app, select filter. After selecting filter by Pabbly, the first thing it asks us is the select label. That what is the label, what is the response on which we want to apply the filter. So from the drop down, here you can see a list of all the responses which we have received from PhonePe. So out of all of these responses, I want to set up a filter on this address, email address which we received. So from this email address, if we receive email from no reply@phonepe.com, only then the automation workflow will be continued. The filter type will be equals to, and the filter value will be this exact same value from which the same email address from which we have received the email. So this is it. Just copy it from here, scroll down and paste it over here in this value section. Now after this, just click on this add end condition button, and then this time in select label, we are going to set up a condition on subject line. So here we have the response of subject line. So select the label as subject, and then in filter types, we are going to select contains as the filter type this time. And because we only want to process the emails or the details or add the details of the payment which we receive. So we are here on the subject line, we are going to enter value as received. So this is the value. Like if we have received this word in the subject line on the email which we received from PhonePe, only those emails will be processed using this automation. And then just click on save and send test request button. After clicking on save and send test request, here you can see that it is showing us that the condition is true. Now this is because the email which we have captured, the email whose response we have received over here in Pabbly Connect, that email is received from this email address, and then we have this word received in the subject line of that email. Now here guys, the step 2 of setting up this automation is also completed. Now let's move to step 3. And in step 3, what we have to do, we have to actually extract the details of the payment from this body email. So here we have the response of body text, and from this response, one by one, we will be extracting all the details. So first we will get the response or extract the date, then we will get the name of the user who has sent us the payment, then the amount, then transaction ID, transaction status, and all of these details. And to extract these details, what we are going to do, we are going to use another feature of Pabbly Connect that is called text parser. So how it is done, let's see. Just scroll down, click on this add action step button, and here in choose app, search for text formatter. Just select it. After selecting text formatter by Pabbly, in action event from the drop down, select the action event X text parser. Just select it and click on connect. Now after selecting text parser, the first thing it asks us is the text. That what is the text? What is the response in which we want to extract some particular text or some data? So here we want to extract the details from this body text response. This is the response. This is the complete body of the email. So we have to basically map this response of body text over here in this text field. And the process of mapping is very simple. Just click on this field, and in the drop down below, you can see a list of all the responses which we have received from email parser. And from all of these responses, select this response of body text and map it over here. Now after this, the next thing it asks us is text match after. So the help text says enter the text after which you want to extract a string. For spaces, you can use space over here in this way. So here guys, we have to enter the text that after what text we want to extract a string, extract the data or extract the message or text from this complete body. So here guys, first we want to extract date, but we don't have any text before this date. So we are going to keep text match after this time for this time only blank. And then in text match before, we want to get the date before received from. So here in text match before, we are going to enter received from. And then just click on save and send test request. And after clicking on save and send test request, here you can see that we have received a response of the date. So we have received the text. We have extracted the text before this receive from over here. Whatever text we have entered while text match before, the same text we have extracted. Now, after extracting the date, the next thing what we want to get is the name of the user who sent us the payment. So here we are going to have receive from in text match after and this rupee sign in text match before. But in the next step, so what we have to do, we have to actually replicate this exact same step once again. And you just don't have to add the step once again. You can actually just click on this copy step button, copy the exact same step, and click on this paste step below button on the right side of it. And you can see the same step, exact same step with the same map data is being pasted. And we also have the details. Now here in the second time, we wanted to add received from in text after. So we are going to enter received from in text after, and we wanted to add the rupee sign in text match before. So I'm just going to paste rupee sign in text match before, and then just click on save and send test request. Now after clicking on save and send test request, here you can see that the name of the user who has sent us the payment is now extracted from here, from this complete message. Now after the name of the user, the next thing we want to get is the amount. So for amount guys, the rupee text, the rupee symbol will be the text after because we want to extract the amount after this rupee text, and txn.id. This will be the text before because we want to get the text or the data between these two. So once again, we are going to use the same step of copy paste. In the next step, we have to do this. Just copy this step and paste it below. After pasting it, we have exact same details, but we are just going to text match before. We are just going to change the text match before and text match after. For example, txn space id, and click on save and send test request button. So in this way, we just have to keep on repeating this process and we will extract all the details one by one. So we have extracted the amount as well. Now we want to get the transaction ID. So as you can guess, txn.id will be the text after because we want to get the text after this, and txn.status will be text before in the next step. Just minimize this, copy this step, paste it below once again. And then here we are going to enter txn ID as text match after, and then also a colon. We also have a colon over here, don't miss it. And then txn dot status. This will be the text before. We want to get the response before this. Okay, so we just made a mistake. We have entered the capital S, just change this to small and click on save and send test request. And yes, here you can see the transaction ID is also extracted. Now we want to get the transaction status. So here the transaction status colon will be text after and credited to will be text before. Just copy this step, and in the next step we are going to extract the transaction status. Just click here. Transaction status will be text after and then credited to will be text before. Click on save and send test request. Just a second, we forgot the colon. So in this way, guys, you will see one by one, we will extract all the details. So here we have received the text status. Then we want to get the account number, that at which account number this payment is credited. Just copy this step once again, paste it below. And then after pasting this, just select credited to as the text after, enter the colon, and then reference ref.no. This will be the text before. Click on save and send test request. And once again, now we will see the name of the bank account in which this amount is credited will be received. Now after this, we just have two more things, reference number and messages. So let's extract the reference number, copy the step as you can guess, paste it below. And after pasting this, here in text after match, just enter reference number dot colon, and then in text before match, we are going to enter message space colon and click on save and send test request. And after clicking on save and send test request, here you can see that we have also extracted the reference number. Now for the one last time, we just have to copy this step, paste it once again, and then we have to extract the message which the user has sent with the payment. So here the text after will be message colon and text before will be hi. So let's enter hi and then click on save and send test request. So here you can see that we have extracted the message which the user has sent as well. Now this means we have successfully extracted all the details from the email which we have received from PhonePe on our Gmail account with the new payment details which we have received on PhonePe. So till now guys, what we have done, we have actually connected our Gmail account with PhonePe so that every time we receive a payment on our PhonePe account, then the PhonePe is going to send us an email with the payment details which we have received. So we have actually received all the emails and we have added a filter condition that if the email is sent by PhonePe and it contain received this word in the subject line, then all of those emails will be forwarded and the automation will be continued. If we receive an email from some other user, or if we receive an email from PhonePe but it does not have received this word in the subject line, then the automation will not be continued and we are not going to process that particular email. So here guys, after processing it, after fulfilling this filter condition, using text formatters feature text parser, we have actually extracted all the details from that email of a new payment. Now after extracting all of these details, we have to send these details to Google Sheet. And to do so, just click on this add action step for one last time over here. And then here in choose app, search for Google Sheets. Just select it. And then in action event from the drop down, select the action event as add new row. Click on connect and select add new connection. Now here guys, we have to connect our Google Sheets account with Pabbly Connect. And to make this connection, we have to click on this sign in with Google button. Select your Google Sheets account. Scroll down and click on continue. And as we click on continue, we will see our Google Sheets account will get connected with Pabbly Connect. After making this connection, the first thing it asks us is to select the spreadsheet. And in the drop down below, you can see a list of all the spreadsheets which you have created in your Google Sheets account. So here guys, we are going to select the spreadsheet named as PhonePe payments. So this is the Google Sheet which I have created, and in this Google Sheet, I want to add the details of all the payments which I receive on my PhonePe account. So here guys, we have selected this spreadsheet. After selecting the spreadsheet, it is asking us to select the sheet. So it is most likely possible that you might have created multiple sheets in a single spreadsheet. So here you have to select the sheet. Right now in this Google Sheet, I have created only one sheet named as received. So that is why from the drop down, we have selected received. And after this, you can see a list of all the details, all the columns, all the headers of data which we have created in a Google Sheet can be seen over here inside Pabbly Connect as fields. So guys, using text parser, we have actually extracted all the details from the email. And now what we have to do, we have to basically one by one map these details into their respective fields. And guys, the process of mapping is very simple. Simply click on this field, and from the drop down here you can see a list of all the responses which we have received from previous step. Out of all of these responses, using text parser, we have extracted the date of the payment. So from that response, select the response of date and map it over here. Then we have to map the name of the user, name of the person who has sent us the payment. So from the drop down, using text parser responses, we have also extracted the response for the name of the user. Just select that response and map it. Then let's map the amount. Just click here. By using text parser for the third time, we have extracted the amount. Let's map it. Let's map the transaction ID as well. So this is it. Select the response from the drop down, map it. Let's map the transaction status, that is successful. Then account credited. Select the account, reference number. This is it. And then message. So just select the response of message which the user has sent us with the payment and map it. So in this way, we have basically added all the details of a payment which we have received on email. After mapping all of these details into their respective fields, click on Save and Send Test Request button. After clicking on Save and Send Test Request, here you can see that we have received some response. And this response seems to be a positive response to us. This response shows that the data which we have mapped over here, basically the details of the payment which we have received on our PhonePe account, is now added into a Google Sheet as a new row. So let's check it. We will go to our Google Sheet. And yes guys, here you can see that the same details of a payment which we have just now received on our PhonePe account are now added as a new row in our Google Sheet. Here you can see the date of the payment. Here you can see the name of the customer, name of the user who sent us the payment. You can see the amount, transaction ID, transaction status, in which of our bank account on our PhonePe account this amount is created. You can see that too. You can see the reference number and the message which they have sent with the payment. Now this means the automation workflow which we have created in this video is working perfectly fine. So in this automation guys, we have basically connected our Gmail account with Pabbly Connect in the trigger window so that every time we receive a payment on PhonePe and PhonePe sends us an email with the payment details which we have received, automatically this automation workflow will start. Then it will start processing this automation and extract the details of the payment from that email and automatically add those payment details into a Google Sheet as a new row. So guys, after setting up this automation, let's test this automation once. So we will wait until we receive another payment on our PhonePe account. And then as we receive that payment, we will also receive an email on our Gmail account for the same payment. And then the details of that payment will be added in our Google Sheet. So let's wait for another payment to receive. And yes guys, here you can see that just now I have received an email for another payment from PhonePe. So here you can see the details of the same payment which I have received. And we will see guys, automatically as we receive this payment, the details of the same payment will be added in my Google Sheet as a new row as well. So let's check our Google Sheet. And yes guys, here you can see that we have the same date, same name of the user who has made the payment, amount, the transaction ID of the payment, transaction status, account it is credited to, we have the reference number, and because while sending the payment, the user has not sent any message, here you can see the field of message is blank. Or instead of this, whatever message they are going to send, you can see the same message over here as well. So this means guys, the automation workflow which we have created in this video is working absolutely fine. So not just these applications, you can connect plenty of other applications using Pabbly Connect. And guys, one more important thing, you will find the clone link of the same workflow in the description box below. By clicking on that link, you can clone the same workflow into your own Pabbly Connect account and use this workflow for free. Also, let me tell you, Pabbly Connect offers you a free plan. And in this plan, you will get some free tasks every month into your own Pabbly Connect account. So if you want to try and test this automation, you can do it for absolutely free.
In this video, I'll show you how to get Slack channel messages to Google Sheets automatically. So the idea here is whenever any new message is received in your Slack channel, we are going to automatically add that message in Sheet along with all details. Now where this automation is useful. So suppose you have created a channel on Slack for your product sales, and whatever the sales are actually coming of your product, you are adding the sales details here into the Slack channel, and you want that those sales details should be synced with your Google Sheet as well. Okay, so in this way you can use this kind of automation for various kind of things. So if you also want to set this automation for yourself, come with me and I will show you the whole process step by step. So this is my Slack channel, and if any of my team member is going to post a message here, that message along with the user details will be collected automatically into this spreadsheet. And to do that, I'll have to integrate Slack and Google Sheets, and I'm going to do that with the Pabbly Connect. It is an amazing integration and automation software via which you can easily connect to multiple applications and automate your task. And you can also reach here by typing pabbly.com/connect. I will also attach this link into my description box for your reference. Now, if you are a new user of Pabbly Connect, you will have to sign up for free, where you will also get free tasks every month in your account in order to test such kinds of amazing automation. I am already an existing user, so I have clicked on sign in. Then I have selected this Pabbly Connect Access Now application among all the apps, and this is how I have reached to the dashboard of Pabbly Connect. Now once you will reach to the dashboard, firstly you will have to click on this blue button, that is create workflow, and provide any random name to your workflow, to your automation. Okay, so I'm providing the name as when new message is posted in Slack channel, add messages in sheet automatically. Okay, I'm providing this particular name, and let me also correct the spelling of the Slack. It should be like this. Okay, now click on create, and then you will find two boxes in front of you. So these are actually trigger and action. So trigger means when this happens, action means automatically do this. Okay, when this happens, do this. Understand with an example also. Let's say whenever a sale happen in a payment gateway application, then automatically send an email via Gmail application. Okay, according to our use case, whenever whenever any new message is posted into Slack channel, then automatically save that message into Google Spreadsheet application. Okay, so this is how you need to always select the applications in which you are building an automation. In this case, I am building an automation in between Google Sheets and Slack, so that is why I have selected these two applications into my trigger and action steps. All right, now I am going to connect this Slack and Google Sheets with the Pabbly Connect. So let us connect this Slack with Pabbly Connect. So what will happen every time a new message is received? Okay, you can read the instructions. Triggers when a new message is posted. Okay, so every time a new message is received, this automation should trigger or the data should be captured via Pabbly Connect. Okay, now simply click on connect, simply click on add new connection, connect with Slack and provide the access of your Slack application. Well, I am already an existing user of this Slack. Basically, I'm already logged in into Slack, so that is why it is not going to ask me for the credentials. Okay, and basically what is the difference in this user and bot? You can actually read the instruction, read this particular documentation. I just wanted to collect the message details, so that is possible with this user permission only. All right, so that is why I have selected this user. All right, coming back to Pabbly Connect and clicking on save, and this is how it will be connected immediately with the Pabbly Connect. But firstly, you'll have to provide the access by clicking on this button allow. Alright, so I have clicked on allow, the authorization is successful, and now the Slack application is connected with Pabbly Connect. Now, whatever the channels I have created into my Slack application have started visible here, and I basically want to collect the details, to collect the chat, to collect the message of this particular channel. The name of the channel is PayPal payment. Okay, so how about I directly search for that particular channel, and here you can see that PayPal payment channel. All right, and once you have selected this channel, simply click on this button and you will see how a response is received. But currently this particular response is actually blank because there is no message available inside this particular channel. Okay, so I'm going to post a random message in front of you into this specific channel, and you will see how after clicking on this button, Pabbly Connect will capture the very same details, very same message. Okay, well, I have already composed a message, so how about I directly copy this message from my notepad and I'm going to paste the same here. Now I'll be clicking on enter, and then I will click on this button save and send test request, and you will see the magic that in the response the details of that message has been received. Okay, so here we have the user ID instead of the username or user email. Okay, and in this text I have also received the whole message which I have posted. Okay, so let me show you. The message was, hey, I went on call with Mr. Zucchini. He is convinced to buy a $259 plan. Team, please make sure that the product should be delivered to them on time. Okay, and here you can read the message that it is the same message. Okay, let us check what other details we have received. All right, we again have this message only. Okay, so the presence of this data clearly shows that the connection in between Pabbly Connect and Slack is working absolutely fine, and the first step of our automation is also working absolutely fine. Now I am going to send these details to my Google Sheet, and in this sheet I want the name of the person, the email of the person, the message, and the channel name. Well, the channel name I am going to provide manually, but I do not have this name and email. Okay, in this response I have received the message, but I do not have the name and the email of the person. I just have the user's ID. I do not have the user's name and user's email address. Okay, so how and from where I can fetch this detail? Well, with the help of this ID only, I am going to fetch the user details. Okay, so what you'll have to do is you'll have to click on this plus icon once again and search for the Slack channel once again. So basically this time we are connecting this Slack into the action step of Pabbly Connect. Okay, and this time you will have to search for the very same action event which we would like to perform, and here we would like to perform, basically we would like to get the user details with the help of the ID. All right, and again you'll have to go with the add a new connection only, but I am using the existing connections because I have made the connection with the Pabbly Connect several times. Okay, now it is asking for the user ID, and I don't really need to manually copy this ID and paste it here. Okay, I'm going to map it, and mapping is very simple inside Pabbly Connect. Simply simply click on this particular field and you will find the above step data here in the drop down. Simply select that particular data and this is how the value will be mapped. Okay, and what is the significance of mapping? So whatever the details you will map here will be replaced automatically when this automation will work in next time and in real time. Okay, I'll be clicking on this button in front of you and you will see how with the help of this ID I will also receive the details of the user. All right, here you can see the user real name is Ashirai and we even have the email ID of that person. Let me show you. Alright, here you can see we have the email address of that person. Okay, so I think we have all the details which we would like to collect into our spreadsheet. Okay, so now finally I am going to connect this particular spreadsheet with Pabbly Connect, and in the action event, since I am going to first add a new row and in that row I am going to finally add the data. So that is why specifically I have selected this particular action event, and now click on this add new connection and then you will have to sign in with Google. Basically you'll have to provide the access of your spreadsheet. Okay, again I'll go with the existing connection only. Click on save and this is how your spreadsheet account will be connected with Pabbly Connect immediately. And here you can see it is connected, and since we are connected, here you can see whatever the spreadsheets I have created inside my account have started visible here. Okay, and currently I would like to add the data in this all incoming messages record. Okay, so I'm going to search for the very same spreadsheet. Well, this is the most recent sheet which I have created, so that is why it is visible at the top only. All right, asking for the select sheet. Well, I just have a single sheet only, so it has got selected again automatically. Now here you can see I have created 1 2 3 4 columns into my spreadsheet, and in this particular case also, basically inside Pabbly Connect also, those 4 columns, the same columns are visible here. So basically we need to provide the data with the help of Pabbly Connect in these fields, and this is how the details will be added automatically into our spreadsheet with the help of Pabbly Connect. Okay, and again I don't need to manually copy this data from anywhere. Okay, simply click on this particular field and you will find the above data here in the drop down. Well, I do not have received any channel name, so how about I provide this channel name manually. Okay, so I have the channel name as the PayPal payment, so how about I directly copy the name from here. All right, PayPal payment. Coming back to Pabbly Connect, and in this particular field, in the channel name field, I will provide the data manually. Okay, Alright, so I have pasted the channel name, asking for the name. Well, in this case, I don't need to manually provide the data because I just have received the name of the person, which was Ashirai. Again, so I have mapped it, asking for the email address. So again, I will be mapping the email address here. Let me search it directly with the help of @. And here I have mapped the email address, and the last but not the least, I am going to map the message which I have received. So here you can see in this particular drop down, I have the very same message. Hey, I went on a call. Okay, so you must be thinking that what is the significance of this mapping? Okay, so whatever the details you're going to map here will be replaced automatically. Okay, so assume that a new message is arrived from different users. So what will happen? Pabbly Connect will capture those details of message inside Pabbly Connect only, and the name of the person will be replaced automatically. This email address will be also replaced. This message will be also replaced, but this channel name will remain same because I have provided this value manually. Okay, so this is the difference in between mapping and in between providing the values manually. Okay, and that is why mapping plays a major role inside this automation. I am clicking on this button, save and send test request, and you will see how the details will be captured via Pabbly Connect automatically. All right, let me first correct the formatting of this particular message. All right, everything is looking really good. Okay, and I have the same details. Okay, I have the same channel name, I have the name, I have the email, and I even have the very same message. Okay, so this is how now onwards, every time someone is going to post any message inside my Slack channel which I have defined into Pabbly Connect, the details of that message will be collected via Pabbly Connect in every 10 minutes, because this trigger will check for the new data in every 10 minutes. minutes. Okay, so just in case your messages are not getting saved in real time into this particular spreadsheet, don't worry about that. You'll have to wait patiently for at least 10 minutes. Okay, and after that, what will happen? The user details will be fetched up automatically, and this is how the details will be added to Google Sheets automatically. And to automate this process, you need to create this automation inside Pabbly Connect just once. After that, you can simply close Pabbly Connect and sit back and relax, because Pabbly Connect will take care of all the tasks in the backend. You do not have to do anything manually after setting up this automation. Okay, and just in case, if you also want to access this workflow, this automation inside your Pabbly Connect account, I will also attach the shareable link of my workflow into the description box. Okay, so simply click on that link and sign up into the Pabbly Connect, and then you will be able to access this automation, this workflow inside your Pabbly Connect account, that too for free. In this video, I'm going to show you how you can convert the long URL of your Google Drive files into the short URL automatically. And to automate this URL shortening process, I'm going to integrate my Google Drive application with Bitly. Bitly is an amazing URL shortening application. So what will happen, every time I will upload a file into my Google Drive folder, the link of that file will be automatically shortened up using Bitly software, and the long URL as well as the shortened URL will be added automatically into our spreadsheet in this way. And to automate this process, I'll have to integrate these three applications, and I'm going to do that with the Pabbly Connect, which is an amazing integration and automation software. I am already an existing user of Pabbly Connect, so here you can see I have already logged in into the dashboard. You can also create your free account in just 2 minutes, where you will also get free tasks every month in your account in order to test such kinds of amazing automation. Now, after reaching out to the dashboard, firstly click on this blue button, that is create workflow, and provide any random name to your workflow, to your automation. So I am going to provide the name something like, whenever the file is uploaded in Google Drive, automatically shorten the long URL via Bitly. Okay, you can provide any random name. Now click on create, and then you will find two boxes in front of you. So these are actually trigger and action. So here trigger means when this happens, action means do this. Whenever this happens, automatically do this. Understand with an example also. Let's say whenever a sale happen in your payment gateway application, then automatically send an email via Gmail application. Okay, well, according to our use case, whenever any file is uploaded in your Google Drive folder, in your Google Drive application, then automatically shorten the URL of those files via Bitly application. Okay, so this is how you need to always select the application in this trigger and action window as per your case. Let me correct the spelling. Okay, and according to our use case, in the trigger application, I am going to search for the Google Drive application, and I will connect the Bitly application with the Pabbly Connect later. Alright, so moving further, firstly I'm going to select a trigger event. So I want that whenever any new file is uploaded into the specific Google Drive folder, the details of the file should be captured via Pabbly Connect. So that is why I have selected this particular trigger event specifically. Now I am going to connect to my Google Drive with the Pabbly Connect. For that, you'll have to click on this connect, then click on add new connection, click on this sign in with Google, and provide the access of your Google Drive application. Well, I am already logged in into my Google Drive file, into my Google Drive application, so that is why I have simply selected my account and it is asking me for the access. So I have provided the permission, and here you can see the authorization is successful and Google Drive is connected with the Pabbly Connect. And since we are connected, whatever the folders and subfolders are available inside my Google Drive have started visible here. These are the same folders, basically folders of my Google Drive, and I have created the folder with the name all latest files and designs. So I am going to search for the very same folder. Well, it is actually available at the top only. Okay, so now I will click on this button, but you will see this time a blank response will be received because currently I do not have any data inside this particular folder. So I am going to upload a random file in front of you, and then I will click on this save and send test request, and you will see how the details of this file which I'm about to upload will captured via Pabbly Connect. Alright, so the uploading is already started and it is now done. Coming back to my Pabbly Connect dashboard, and once the file is uploaded, since we are connected, I will be clicking on this button and you will see how the details of this particular file. Here you can see the file name is blog on digital marketing. The file details will be captured via Pabbly Connect. So firstly I will show you the file name. Here you can see the title, blog on digital marketing. It is the very same file. Alright, here you can see the link of that file which I will open in front of you, and since I am opening this particular URL into the same tab, so that is why it is getting downloaded very easily. But if I will open this URL into some different tab, you will see this file won't be getting downloaded. Okay, I will show this in front of you. Okay, here you can see it is giving me an error of 403. Why it is giving me an error? Because the permission, it doesn't have any permission. Okay, so in order to provide the permission, I will have to change the access of this particular folder. Okay, so firstly I will click on the share button, and currently it is restricted. I will change the permission from restricted to anyone with the link, and then I will click on done, and then I am going to open the same URL into again a different tab, and this time you will see this file will be easily downloadable. And here you can see into the different tab also this file is downloadable. Okay, coming back to my Pabbly Connect dashboard, and this is how we have captured the data of the file, and this was the downloadable file. And if I will take you further, at the last of this particular response you will find the view link also, okay, which I am going to share to different application. Okay, so the presence of this data clearly shows that the connection in between our Google Drive and Pabbly Connect is working absolutely fine. Okay, now I am going to send this particular link to Bitly software, via which I am going to shorten this long URL. Okay, so let me search for the same software, that is Bitly, and just like I have connected my Google Drive with Pabbly Connect, I am also going to connect this Bitly with the Pabbly Connect. Okay, since I want to shorten the link, so that is why I am specifically selecting this action event. Okay, click on connect, then click on add new connection, click on connect with the Bitly, and again since I am already logged in into my Bitly application, so it is directly asking me for the permission. I have clicked on allow, authorization is successful, and again Bitly is also connected successfully with the Pabbly Connect. Okay, the first thing it is asking for the group. Well, I just have a single group only inside my Bitly application, so I am going to select the same, that is Pabbly, and now it is asking for the long URL which you would like to shorten. Okay, so I am not going to manually copy this URL and paste it here. Basically I am going to map this URL so that whenever the new file URL will appear here, that new file URL will automatically come here and it will automatically shorten up. Okay, so how I am going to perform the mapping? Simply click on this particular field and you will find the above data, the above response here in the drop down. Now you just need to select your data, your value, and this is how that value will be mapped. Okay, so mapping plays a significant role in this automation. Whatever the details you will map here will replace automatically when this automation will work in real time. Okay, just in case if I will provide any data here manually, this data will remain same. Okay, so mapping plays a major role inside this automation, and with the help of mapping only, this automation is going to work in real time. Okay, I will be clicking on this button save and send test request, and you will see how a shortened URL will be provided by this Pabbly Connect into this response. Here you can see we have the Bitly link. If I will open this link, you will see how the same file will be open up with the shorter URL. Here you can see it is the same file. Okay, let me close this file. Coming back to Pabbly Connect, now I am going to add this long URL as well as the short URL into my spreadsheet. For that I'll have to connect my Google Sheet with the Pabbly Connect. So again click on this plus icon and then search for the Google Sheets application here. After searching for the Google Sheets, you'll have to select an action event. Okay, so since I want to add a new row first, and in that that row I'm going to add the data. So that is why I have selected this particular action event. Okay, you'll have to click on this new connection and then sign in with Google. I have already connected my account with Pabbly Connect, so I am going with the existing connections, and this is how my Google Sheets application, my Google Sheets account will be connected with the Pabbly Connect. Okay, and since we are connected, again whatever the spreadsheets are available inside my Google Sheet account, my spreadsheet account have started visible here. Okay, and the most recent sheet I have created was all Google Drive files link short URL. Okay, so that is why the same file link, the same sheet link is available at the top. Okay, which has got selected automatically. This sheet is also selected automatically. I just have a single sheet here. All right, and now finally it is asking for the long URL of Google Drive file and the short URL of Google Drive file. So these are the same two columns which I have created into my spreadsheet. Okay, these are the same column. As soon as I will provide the data here and click on this button, you will see that data will be automatically added to my spreadsheet. Okay, asking for the long URL, so again I am going to map this data from the above response, and remember we have received this long URL at the end of this particular response. Basically it was the view link I am going to map. So this is the alternate link, basically that long file URL. Asking for the short URL, so I'm going to map the short URL from this bit.ly response. Okay, so here you can see we have received several data and I will be mapping this short bit.ly link. Okay, clicking on this button, and this is how the data of that long URL and the short URL will be added to Pabbly Connect. Here you can see the response is received and both the URLs, the long as well as the short, has been added to our spreadsheet as well. So this is how you can automate the process of converting the long URL of your Google Drive files into the short URL automatically with the help of this automation software Pabbly Connect. And to automate this process, you need to create this automation inside Pabbly Connect just once. You do not have to do anything manually again and again once this automation is ready inside this Pabbly Connect dashboard. So what will happen, every time a new file will be uploaded here, the link will be shortened up automatically and the long URL and short URL will be also added here automatically. Let me show you how this automation is going to work in the real time. So again I will be uploading a new file in front of you. This time I am uploading this course completion file into my Google Drive folder, and the file has been uploaded successfully. I will have to wait for that long URL as well as the short URL inside this spreadsheet. And let me tell you a very important thing, the trigger of our Google Drive file is actually a polling based, which is going to capture the data of Google Drive in every 10 minutes. So the data will not be added up in real time. You will have to wait for the results for at least 10 minutes. And after this 10 minutes, you will definitely get your results. You will definitely get the long URL as well as short URL inside your spreadsheet automatically without doing anything manually. And after waiting for the 10 minutes, here you can see I have the long as well as the short URL inside my spreadsheet, and this is the same file name, that is course completion certificate. So this is how now onwards every time the file is uploaded, the links will be shortened up automatically with the help of automation software Pabbly Connect.
In this video, we are going to see how to send WhatsApp messages on status update in Google Sheet. So let's say that in your spreadsheet, you have got certain data, and here I can take an example of visa status update. So you have got the applicants, their details, and every time a status update happens, what you want is that applicant should receive a WhatsApp message. So here you will have to do an integration between the two applications to do the same. Interact is a platform which helps you in sending WhatsApp messages. Now, how can this be done? So, this can be done using Pabbly Connect, where your trigger application would be Google Sheets and your action application would be Interact. Now, how can you do this yourself? Integrate and automate this entire process. To understand that, let me take you to my screen. To begin with the process, we are first going to type the URL pabbly.com/connect, and as we do that, here we have reached the landing page of this software. On the right hand side, you can see two options, sign in and sign up for free. So if you are an existing user, simply click on sign in. If you are a new user, click on this tab sign up. It won't take more than 2 minutes, and also at the time of account creation, you will get 100 free tasks. So now I'm going to click on sign in. And as I do that, here we have reached the all applications page. Let's click on access now for Pabbly Connect. As we do that, here we have reached the dashboard of the application. Again, on the right hand side, you can see a tab create workflow. Let's click on this. And a dialog box has appeared which is asking us to name this workflow. Now here my objective is that I have got a spreadsheet where every time the status is updated, I want to send a WhatsApp message. Let's say that I have got the status of visa update. So I have got the name of all the users who have applied and then their email address, mobile number, etc. Now every time the status of their visa application changes, I want them to be notified through a WhatsApp message. So I'm going to name it as send WhatsApp message on status update in Google Sheets. Let's click on create. So as we do that, here we have reached another window which has got two extremely important events. One is trigger, another one is action. Triggers and actions are basically those two principles or concepts on which this entire automation works. Trigger this when this happens. Action says do this. Basically, action here is the response of your trigger application. So now here my trigger application would be Google Sheets. Let's click on this. Now the trigger event is the event that is going to make my workflow run. So here it would be new or updated spreadsheet row. So here we have received a webhook URL which is going to act as a bridge for connecting Pabbly Connect with Google Sheets. I'm going to copy this. Now to set up this connection, we have to follow the following steps. Please read this carefully. I'm going to show you what we have to do. So here I already have created a sheet. The name is Visa Status Update and we have the following column fields: passport number, name, email address, mobile number and visa status. Now here I have created a drop down. How? So let me show you. So when I say it is visa status and as I right click on it, it is showing me an option for drop down, and here, so first of all the range. Now here the range would be, this is column F2. This is cell number F2, right? When I put a drop down, so this is how I select my range. Now the criteria here is drop down. Now here you can name the options just like I have named them as document received, pending verification, document submitted, document verified and process completed. So you can name this. And I'm going to close. Okay. So I'm just going to delete this one. So here you can see that a column would be created like this. Now we have to go to extensions. There we will find add-ons. We have to go to get add-ons. Now here we have reached Google Workspace Marketplace. Here I'm going to look for Pabbly Connect webhooks. So this is the application and here you can see that it has already been installed on my system. So you have to make sure that first you install it, then you have to close this box and then you have to refresh the page. This is mandatory, and once you have refreshed this, we are going to wait for a few seconds and then we are going to go back to extensions and you would be able to see Pabbly Connect webhooks. And here we have to go to initial setup. Now here you can see that the system has already captured the name of the sheet, and this webhook URL that we had received through Pabbly Connect, I'm going to copy this, go back to the Google Sheet and paste this over here. Then comes the trigger column. So the trigger column is the final data column where the data is added, and here in this particular sheet it is column E. So I'm going to write E here. Let's click on send test. And as I do that, here we can see that the test data has been sent successfully. And now I click on submit. So the configuration is all set. Once this is done, we go to extensions, Pabbly Connect webhooks, and here you can see that the send on event has been checked. So there's a tick mark right in front. So please click on this so that this is checked. Otherwise, every time the workflow runs, it would not be able to send the response. So once this is done, taking you back to Pabbly Connect, and here you can see that yes, we have received the API response. This is the visa status. Then we have the trigger column, spreadsheet name, spreadsheet ID, sheet name, sheet ID, row index, passport number, name, mobile number and email address. Now once we have received this, so here my objective is that I want to send a message on WhatsApp regarding the visa update status. But I have multiple status here. So I'm going to choose a router. So router here is a feature by Pabbly that helps you to put conditions, and here I'm going to put different conditions. So first of all, here we have the route 1. I am going to rename it as visa status. Okay, now what is the status? So I've got different status: document received, pending verification. So here first I'm going to write document received. Okay, so once I've received this, I'm going to update this. So here you can see my route 1 has been renamed. Now I'm going to click on set filter and action steps. As I do that, so here you can see that it has already selected the label, which is visa status document received. Now this should be equal to what? Document received. Okay, so if this value, the status of the visa, is document received, then only this condition is going to continue. I'm going to click on save and send test request, and it is going to show me what the condition is true. Why? Because here we have selected the status as document received. So here the condition is showing as true. So now here I'm going to add another action step, and this time it would be interact. Let's click on this. Now interact is going to help us in sending WhatsApp messages. So the action event here would be send WhatsApp template message. Let's click on connect. And as we do that, here Pabbly Connect is asking to connect itself with the interact account. I'm going to select add new connection. And now we have to provide a secret key to set up this connection. What is the secret key? First you have to log into your interact account. I have already logged in, and now you have to click on this hyperlink. As I do that, here you can see that this here is the secret key. I'm going to copy this, go back to Pabbly Connect and paste this over here. Let's click on save. So once this is done, here you can see that interact is connected with Pabbly Connect. Now here we have to provide the country code, phone number, full phone number, template code name, etc. Here these three fields are related to phone number. So if you have the full phone number, which means that the number along with the country code, just write it here. But if you do not have the country code with you, so first you can mention the country code here and then the phone number. So here we have received our number without the country code. So I'm going to mention my country code here +91, and then here I'm going to map the phone number. How do I do this mapping? So as I click on this, it is going to show me the previous steps. So I'm going to go here, and this here is the mobile number. This is how we map the information. And why is mapping important? So that every time the workflow runs, it can take the new data into consideration, because if I had written this manually, then every time the workflow would have run, it would have only taken the manually written data. That is why mapping is important. Now I do not have to mention full phone number because I have already provided the phone number. Then comes the template code name. What are these templates? Templates are pre-written messages that can be sent on different platforms, and here you can provide certain variables, and then you don't have to write the message again and again. So they will be received by your user like a personalized message only. So I already have created a few templates in my interact account. I'm going to click on this hyperlink to show you the same. So here let's check out the active templates, and yes, here I have created a template visa update status. Let me show you how we have to work on this. First of all, the language that has been selected here is English. Now here we have got an option of header. So what is a header that goes along with your message? It can be a text, image, video or document. I have selected none. Then comes the body, which is the text body. So here it is written dear, and then you can find a number within double curly braces, comma, your current visa status for your passport number, another number is, and then we have another number. Thank you for submitting the visa application with us, and regards. What are these numbers here? These numbers are basically variables that can be changed with every message. Then we have the option of a footer. I haven't chosen anything. You could write if you wish to have a footer. Then the buttons. So again, we haven't selected call to action buttons. If you want, you can add the buttons. And now the sample. So I already have selected the sample. And as I take you up, here you can see this here is the template code. I'm going to copy this And once this is copied, I'm going to take you back to Pabbly Connect, and here I'm going to paste the template code name. Now once this is done, then the language code. Since we have selected English, here we can see that the language code for English is EN. I'm just going to write EN over here. And then we have the header value. So we haven't selected any header, so I'm going to leave this blank. Now comes the body variable values. So here I'm going to first map the name. Then I'm going to map the passport number and then visa status. So let's click on this. I'm going to go to step 1. And here, first of all, we need the name. So this here is the name. Let's put a comma. Then again, going here, we need the passport number. And then I need the status, visa status. And here it is. So once this is done, now comes the position of CTA button and value of variable in dynamic URL. Since we did not select CTA button, so I'm going to leave this blank. And now let's click on save and send test request. And here we can see that we have received the API response, and at the same time we have received a message on WhatsApp. Let me show you the same. So yes, here we can see that we have received a message. Dear dummy name, your current visa status for your passport number this is document received. Thank you for submitting the visa application with us. So this was the first condition that we have put. I'm going to save this and now close. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to clone this step, which means I'm going to repeat this step. But now this time I'm going to put another condition. What is the second condition? The second condition here is pending verification. So now I am going to rename this, and this time I'm going to write pending verification. And now let's click on update. So once this is done, I'm going to click on this, and here also I'm going to change the value, which is pending verification. Okay. Now let's make it capital, and once this is done, I'm going to save this. I don't have to make any changes in the next step. Then I'm going to close this. Now I'm going to repeat the same step for the next 3 status. So let me clone this. First I'm going to delete this. Okay. And then I'm going to clone this step. Again clone the step. And once again. Okay, now I'm going to rename everything. So first of all, let's go to this. What is the next status? So the status is document submitted. So let me write document submitted. And let's click on update. Once done, here I'm going to change the same for the condition here. Document submitted. Okay. So once this is done, let's click on save. And now I'm again going to close this. Here, let's rename this. So what is this now? So this here is document verified. So I'm going to name it as document verified. Okay, I'm just going to copy this. Update. Now I'm going to click on this. And here I'm going to change the value, which is document verified. Let's click on save. Done. Now for the last step, again I'm going to first rename this. Okay. And what is the last update? Process completed. So here I'm going to write process completed. And now I'm going to click on update. So once this is done, I'm going to change the value, which is process completed. Now let's click on save. I'm going to just check quickly for verified, document verified, if I had changed the name here. Let's close this, and I'm just quickly going to check this once again. And yes, I had done it. So this is how I have set my workflow. Now I'm going to check if this works. For this, I'm going to go to my Google Sheet. And here I'm going to change this update. So I'm going to click on this and let's say that I have selected process completed. Okay, now as soon as this is done, what should happen? Automatically I should receive a message on WhatsApp. And here you can see, yes, we have received the message. Dear demo user, your current visa status for your passport number, this is process completed. Thank you for submitting the visa application with us. So this basically means that our integration process is a complete success. Now I'm going to quickly show you what we have done. So here our trigger application was Google Sheets, where the event was new or updated spreadsheet row. Then our action application was router, where we had put various conditions for different updates, and then we had connected the same with interact, which is another application that helps in sending WhatsApp messages. I hope this is absolutely clear to you. If in case you have any doubt, you can refer to the workflow which is given in the video description. You can also clone the same and start to process immediately. Apart from this, if you have any specific integration to work on, you can always write to us.
So in this video, we are going to learn how to send Facebook lead ad leads with ad campaign details to Google Sheet. Now suppose guys, if you are promoting your business using Facebook lead ads and generating some leads, this automation is for you. So in this automation, whenever a new lead will be generated in our Facebook lead ads campaign, automatically we are going to add the details of that newly generated lead in our Google Sheet. And also in this video, we will learn how you can add the details of the ad campaign or ad set which you are running, that from which of your ad campaign this new lead is generated, you can add those details into the Google Sheet with the same lead data as well. Now guys, how you can set up this automation? To know this, you have to come with me to my screen.
So as you can see, here we are on Pabbly Connect's dashboard. Now to reach this dashboard, you will get a free sign-up link of Pabbly Connect in the description box below. By clicking on that link, you can create your free Pabbly Connect account in just 2 minutes. And after reaching to this dashboard, just click on Create Workflow and give this workflow a name. For example, I would like to name my workflow as Facebook Lead Ads to Google Sheets. And then just click on Create. Now you can see that a workflow is open over here. And in this workflow, we have 2 different windows. First one is the trigger window and second one is the action window. So triggers and actions are basically those 2 concepts, those 2 principles on which this whole automation works on, where the trigger says when this happens and the action says do this. So let's begin with a trigger window. So the idea here is, first, we have to connect our Facebook lead ads account with Pabbly Connect so that all the new leads which we are getting on our Facebook lead ad form, we can get the details of all of those new leads with the Facebook ad campaign details in our Pabbly Connect workflow. And after that, using Pabbly Connect, we are going to send all of those details to Google Sheet. So let's begin. Now here in trigger window, in choose app, here we have to search for Facebook lead ads. So select Facebook lead ads over here. And then in trigger event from the drop down, select new lead instant as the trigger event. Then just click on connect and select add new connection. Now here guys, we have to connect our Facebook lead ad account with Pabbly Connect. And to make this connection, click on this connect with Facebook lead ads button. And here guys, because we have already logged into a Facebook account in our browser, we can see that Pabbly Connect has detected the same account and made the connection. After making this connection, the first thing it asks us is the page. So here in the drop down below, we can see a list of all the pages which we have created in our Facebook account. And from this drop down, we have to select the Facebook page on which we are running our lead ad campaign. So I will be selecting my Facebook page named as Pabbly Subscription Billing. So on this page, I'm running a lead ad campaign. So let's search for the same page, Pabbly Subscription Billing. Now after selecting the page, the next thing it asks us is the lead generation form. So it is most likely possible that you might have created multiple lead generation form in the same page for the ad campaign. So in the drop down, you will see a list of all the lead generation form and you have to select the from which form response, the lead from which lead ad generation form you want to receive inside Pabbly Connect. So this is the form, register or Pabbly Subscription Billing live webinar. And in this form, guys, I want that whenever a new lead is generated using this lead generation form, the response or the details of that lead should be captured inside Pabbly Connect. So we have selected it. Then we just have to click on Save and Send Test Request. Now after clicking on save and send test request, here it is showing us waiting for webhook response. This means Pabbly Connect is waiting to get some details, some response from the lead generation form. Now what we have to do, whenever a new lead will be created, a new response or a new lead will be generated on this lead ad form of ours, the response or the details of that newly generated lead will be captured inside Pabbly Connect. So you just have to make sure that your lead ad campaign, your lead generation form is live, and then you are running some active ads. So after that, guys, whenever a new lead will be generated, you will get the response, the details of that new lead in our Pabbly Connect workflow. Right now, while setting up this automation, if you don't get a proper lead right now, what you can do, you just have to go to your Facebook ad manager account. So this is my ad manager account and this is the particular ad which we are running. So in this ad, we are generating some leads and we have created this ad for this particular form, this lead generation form. Now after this, what we have to do, we just have to open this form, this lead generation form in preview mode. Now to do so, you just have to select your ad. This is the ad which we were running, just selected. And here you can see a preview option. Just click on this preview button. And then here you can see the same ad in the preview mode. Now after selecting the Facebook feed over here, just go to the share section and click on this share a link button. Copy this link and click on done. So in this way, the same ad which you have created right now on the ad campaign, you have just copied the link or the URL of that same ad. Now what you have to do, you just have to go to your browser, paste the link over here. Now after visiting this link, here you can see there's an option named as show ad. Just click on this show ad button. And then the same ad which you have created over here will be shown to your Facebook profile. So we have reached to our Facebook feed. We will just scroll down and yes, here you can see the same ad. This ad has been shared with you. So we have basically shared the same ad with one of our user or with our own profile. And in this ad, you can see this apply now button. When you click on this button, here you can see the lead generation form which we have created, which we have selected over here is opened in front of us. Now when we click on next, here we have an option to enter the details of a dummy user. So in this way, you can actually generate a test lead, a dummy lead for the same lead ad campaign which you have created. And because we have connected our Facebook account with Pabbly Connect, we will see the details of this newly generated lead or lead generation form response will be captured inside Pabbly Connect. So let's do it. Here we have entered the details of a user. For example, we have an email address, a name, a dummy phone number and the city. Just click on next and click on submit. And that is it. Just now we have generated a test lead on this particular Facebook lead ad. And after this, what we will do, we will go to Pabbly Connect. And yes, here in Pabbly Connect, you can see that we have received the response. And in this response, you can see the details of the same lead. We have the same email address, same name, same dummy mobile number, and same city which we have just now entered in this lead generation form. So this means the connection between our Facebook account and Pabbly Connect is working perfectly fine. And whenever a new lead will be generated using this Facebook lead ad form, the details of that lead will be captured inside Pabbly Connect. After this, in this response, we can see the details of the user. And also guys, you can see that when we'll scroll to this response, we will get the details of the ad campaign as well. So here you can see the form ID, the ID of the lead generation form from which we have received the response. Then here you can see the ad name, the name of the ad as well. Then the next thing which you can see is the campaign ID and the name of the campaign as well. And also the name of the ad set. So in this way, all the details of your Facebook ad campaign can be received inside Pabbly Connect whenever a new lead is generated with Facebook lead ad form. So guys, the step 1 of setting up this automation is completed. We have connected our Facebook lead ad account with Pabbly Connect and received a response of a lead with the campaign details in our Pabbly Connect workflow. Now let's move to step 2. And in step 2, what we have to do, we have to send all of these details to Google Sheet as a new row. Now to do this, just scroll down, come to our action window, and here in choose app, search for Google Sheets. Select it. And then in action event from the drop down, select add new row as the action event. Click on connect and select add new connection. Now here guys, we have to connect our Google Sheets account with Pabbly Connect. And to make this connection, click on this sign in with Google button, select your Google Sheets account, scroll down and click on continue. And as we click on continue, we will see that our Google Sheets account will get connected with Pabbly Connect. After making this connection, the first thing it asks us is to select the spreadsheet. And in the drop down below, you can see a list of all the spreadsheets which we have created in our Google Sheet account can be seen over here. So out of all of these spreadsheets, I have created a spreadsheet named as leads from Facebook. And in this spreadsheet, I want to add the details of the new lead which we have generated from Facebook lead ad. And also I want to mention or enter the name of the campaign, ad set and the form ID as well. So what we are going to do, we will just going to select this sheet, leads from Facebook over here in this select spreadsheet section. Now after selecting the spreadsheet, the next thing which we have to select is the sheet. So in this spreadsheet, as you can see right now, I have only one sheet named as sheet 1. And in this same sheet, I want to add the data. So in whatever sheet you want to add the data, you have to select the sheet from this drop down. Now because we have only one sheet right now, that's why it is showing us sheet 1. Then you can see all the column of data which we have created in our Google Sheet. We can see all of these columns as fields over here in Pabbly Connect. And one by one, we have to map their respective data in the field. Like for example, in the column of name, I wanted to enter the name of the new lead which we have generated from Facebook lead ads. So what we are going to do, from the responses of Facebook lead ads, we are going to map the response of the name. And guys, this process of mapping is very simple. Simply click on this field, and in the drop down below, you can see a list of all the responses which we have received from Facebook lead ads. And from these responses, select the response of the name of the lead and map it over here. After mapping the name, let's map the email address. So just click on this field, and from the drop down, select the response of the email address and map it. Follow the same process for mobile number as well. From the drop down, map the mobile number. Then after that, let's map the city. Just click here, and from the drop down, select the response of city. Then we have added another column of campaign name, ad set name and form ID. So I also wanted to enter that in which of my Facebook lead ad campaign I have received this new lead, the name of the ad set and also the name of or the form ID. So what we are going to do, just click here, and from Facebook lead ads, we have received these details as well. So from the drop down, let's select the response of the campaign name. This is the response of the campaign name. Just select it and map it. Then let's map the campaign ad set name as well. So from the drop down, we have this response of name of the ad set, map it. And at last, what we have to do, we just have to enter the form ID. So just click here, and from the drop down, select the response of form ID and map it. And after mapping all of these details, just click on save and send test request. Now when we click on save and send test request, here you can see that we have received some response. And this response seems to be a positive response to us. This response shows that the data which we have mapped in these fields, basically the details of a new lead which we have generated from Facebook lead ads with the campaign details, is now added as a new row in Google Sheet. So let's check it. We will go to our Google Sheet. And yes guys, here you can see that the same details are now added. So here you can see the same name of the user, same name of the new lead which we have entered while generating this new lead in the preview mode. Then after that, you can see the same email address, same mobile number, city, same name of the campaign, same name for the ad set as well, and the form ID. So here guys, you can see that we have successfully created this automation workflow, using which what we can do, we can actually set up an automation between Facebook lead ads and Google Sheet in real time, in which whenever a new lead will be generated in our Facebook lead ads ad campaign, automatically the details of that new lead with the details of the campaign, ad set and ad will be added as a new row in our Google Sheet. So not just these applications guys, you can connect plenty of other applications using Pabbly Connect. And guys, one more important thing, Pabbly Connect offers you a free plan. And in this plan, you will get some free tasks every month into your own Pabbly Connect account. So if you want to try and test this automation, you can do it for absolutely free.
Guys, in this video, you will learn how you can synchronize your Monday.com application with Google Sheets. So guys, Monday.com is a project management application where you can create boards and tables to manage your tasks and projects. And Google Sheet is a spreadsheet application. So guys, if you want to connect them both in such a way that whenever you are going to update anything in Monday.com, the same will be reflected in your spreadsheet automatically. This automation is going to work for you. And here, whenever you are going to change anything in your board in Monday.com, the same data will be updated in Google Sheet in a row automatically, and you do not have to do anything manually. And we are going to set up this automation in just few simple steps without any coding. So let's begin. So we are setting up this automation using Pabbly Connect, which is an automation tool. And this is the landing page of Pabbly, and I have pasted the same link in the description as well. And from here, you can set up your free Pabbly Connect account in just 2 minutes, and you will get free automation tasks every month to test and set up your automations. Okay, so you can just sign up right now from the given link and follow me through this video, and you can set up your first automation right now. Okay, so after signing in, guys, you will reach this dashboard, and from here you have to click on this create workflow button, and here you can give a suitable name to your workflow as well. So I am giving the name here as Monday.com to Google Sheets. All right. After giving any name, just click on this create button and you will see your workflow page will load up like this. And on this page, you will find these two modules, the trigger and the actions or automations are based on these two building blocks. So trigger is any event which is going to occur in any application, and the action would be the response or the consequence of the trigger. So here in this trigger section, you have to choose your trigger application first in which the trigger event is going to occur. So in our use case, Monday.com will be the trigger application. And whenever you are going to change anything in any board in Monday.com, that will act as a trigger event and start this workflow. And the action would be to send the data of changes to Google Sheets. Okay, so search for Monday.com here. Here it is selected. After that, select the trigger event as any column value changed in board. Okay. And it will provide you this webhook URL. So with the help of this URL, we are going to make a connection with Monday.com. And after that, we are going to capture the response of that connection. So to make the connection, you need to follow these steps written here. Okay, so let me show you directly how you can do that. So this is my Monday.com's application. And here is my board named as contact details. And here is a table. And here are the columns of the table, the item name, the person's name, the status. So I'm saving the contact details like this. Okay. And here, guys, on the top right hand side, you will find this integrate button. Click on integrate. And from this page, you have to click on this integration center. And under integration center, you have to search for webhooks. Okay. Webhook app. Click on it. Click on webhooks app. And guys, here you have to select this option. When any column changes, send a webhook. Okay, so click on add to board. Okay, and here you can see we have already a webhook URL pasted here. So let me delete this connection. Delete this. Okay, and it will ask for a webhook URL here. So here you have to paste this webhook URL that you got from your workflow. So just click on copy from here and paste this URL here in this field like this. And after that, click on connect button. And you can see when any column changes, send a webhook is added to the board. Click on add to board. All right, so we have created a new webhook connection here with this workflow. And here you can see it is showing waiting for the webhook connections response. This means now you have to perform a test submission. Test submission means you need to open your board and you have to deliberately and manually change something inside any column of the board. Okay, and as you are going to change that, the data will be captured here of this connection or of the changes that you are doing. Okay, let me show you. I'm just closing this, and here you can see this is my table, and here I have the status, the date, the contact details. Okay, so let me just open this item here and let me write something here, or you can attach a file or you can do anything. I'm just writing here new lead from social media. Okay, and here I am clicking on update. All right, so I have just done an update here. I have changed something here inside this column here. Okay, here you can see. Now you can check your workflow and see if the data captured of this change or not. And here guys, let me change this status of the column here. Let me change the status column. Okay, so when I'm going to click on the status, it will show you this working on it or stuck or done. So let me just click on done here. Okay, so the status got changed and this column, the status column got changed here. Now let's see in the workflow if we got the data captured of this change or not. And here you can see guys, we got the data captured here like this, and it is showing us the changed column text. It is showing done here. Okay, and here you can see it is showing the name of this item. The item name is showing up here, contact details. And here you can see previously this value was working on it and it was orange in color and it got changed, and the column ID is a status. Okay, right. Now guys, we just got here the details like this, and it is showing us the changed column value and the previous value, but it is not showing the date and the person's name. Okay, so now what we are going to do, we are going to fetch full details of this row. For that, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to connect monday.com again here in the actions tab. Search for monday.com. Okay, and here we are going to use an action event which is called search items. Here when you scroll down, you will find this search item by column value. Okay, select this, then click on connect, and from here select add new connection, and here it will ask for the API key of monday.com. So this is the way to connect monday.com in actions tab. So you have to connect it with the help of API now. Okay, so to find the API key of monday.com, you need to click on this profile icon on the bottom left hand side, and here click on admin section, and under admin section you'll find this API option, and this is the API key that we want. So just click on copy here and now paste this key here like this, and then click on save, and you will be connected with monday.com again. And here you have to select the board's name and the column's name and the column's value. So I am just going to select the board's name as contact details. So guys, I have only one board here, so we are going to choose it. Okay, or we are not choosing it, but if you have more than one boards, you have to toggle this map button to on like this. Okay, and here you have to enter the board's ID, and you will get the board's ID here. Let me show you. Here you can see guys, in this response in the trigger, we got this event board ID label, and here we got the board ID. Okay, so if you have more than one board, you can map this board ID here in this column. Okay, so let me map it here also. So I'm just removing this field, and here you can see as I have clicked here, the monday.com step or the trigger step is appearing here in the drop down, and when you click on it, you will find all the data here only. So you can search for board ID here. You can see board ID label, just map it. Okay. Similarly, you can map the column ID as well. Okay, so you can just toggle this map button to on and map the column ID as well. Why we are mapping the things, I'll tell you. Just click on monday.com and you will find the column ID here. Here you can see it is this is the column ID label. You can see it is showing status because the column was status column. So this is the ID, just map it. Okay. Now here it is asking for the column value. So you will find the column value from the previous step only. So you can see the column value now. So here you can see guys, it is showing value label text and it is showing done. Okay. So this is the value that we changed. So just map it here. Now click on save and send test request button and you will get all the details of the same row. And here you can see now it started showing contact details. That was the name of the item. Then when you scroll down here, you can see started showing the name that we have entered as demo name. Okay, you can see here. Let me just close this. Here you can see demo name was the name of the person and it started showing up here. That was missing in the first tab. Okay, and here you can see all other details as well. Alright guys, now I want to save this data that I have changed in monday.com into my spreadsheet here, which is called monday.com data. This is the spreadsheet I have, and these are the details I want to mention here. The column's name, the changed column, okay, or here you can put item's name actually. Item name, the changed column name, the changed value, and the contact's name. Okay. Now guys, for that you just have to click here on this plus icon, and another actions tab will open up here, and here you have to connect with Google Sheets application. Search for Google Sheets here. Okay. And the action event would be add new row. Then click on connect. From here select add new connection, then click on sign in with Google. And from here you have to choose the Google account by which you have created that spreadsheet. Okay, and then you have to provide some additional access to your Google account. So just click on continue. That is completely safe. And you can see we are getting connected here with Google Sheets. So we are connected, and here it is asking for the spreadsheet's name. So my spreadsheet name is this monday.com data. So you have to select the spreadsheet from the given list here. Okay, so I'm selecting my name. And here you can see it is asking to select the sheet's name. So I have only one sheet here named as sheet 1, so it got auto captured here. Okay, and here it is asking for the item name, change column value, change value, contact name, and these are the headers of the columns I have here. And to get this data here, you need to map the values of these things here in your workflow. Okay, so for item name, just click here, and from this first tab, the triggers tab, you can map the item name. These are the item name, contact details. Okay, change column was, you will find it from the first step only. This was the changed, this is not the change column, the status column. We have changed the status column, so map the column title as status. And the changed value, so I have changed the value to done, which you will find here in the first step. And the contact name, this thing you might find in the second step. And from the second step, map this name that you have mentioned, entered in monday.com. Okay, now you can check your connection with your spreadsheet by clicking on save and send test request button, and a new row will be added here inside this spreadsheet. Let me show you. I'm clicking on save and send test request, and this is the response we have received here. Let's see the spreadsheet, and here you can see guys, we got the data added here, and the item name is contact details, the status is, the column's name is status, and the change value is done. Okay, and this is the name. So this is how it is going to work guys. So we are done setting up this automation, and you have to set up it only once. After that you don't have to do anything manually in this workflow. After that, whenever you are going to change any value in your board, the details of the change value and all other details of the row will be added here inside your spreadsheet in Google Sheets automatically, and the workflow is going to run in the background. And guys, you can use the same workflow as well, as I am going to paste the link of the same workflow in the description so that you can clone it in your own free Pabbly Connect account and start using this automation.
How to upload YouTube videos from Google Sheets automatically. So in this video, I'll show you that how you can completely automate your YouTube video uploading task directly from the Google Sheets. You just need to add your video file, the title, tags and description in the spreadsheet, and as soon as you're going to do that, your videos will be uploaded automatically on the channel. So if you also want to automate your video uploading task, come with me and I'll show you the whole process step by step. So I have created a spreadsheet with the name YouTube videos to be published, and here I'm going to add the video details one by one, and you will see that as soon as I will do that, the videos will be uploaded automatically using these details only, and the details included the title, the video URL, basically the file URL, description, tags and finally the image URL. But for that, firstly I'll have to connect my spreadsheet with the YouTube application, and I'm going to do that with the help of Pabbly Connect. Connect. Well, it is an amazing integration and automation software, and you can also reach here by typing pabbly.com/connect. Now, if you are a new user, you will have to sign up for free, and here you will also get free tasks to test these kinds of amazing automation in the free account. I'm already an existing user of Pabbly Connect, so that is why I have clicked on sign in, and then I have clicked on access now, and this is how I will reach out to the dashboard of Pabbly Connect. Now the very first thing you'll have to do is to click on this blue button, create workflow, and just provide a random name to your workflow, to your automation. So assume that I'm providing the name as when video data is added in new row of spreadsheet, automatically publish the YouTube video. Okay, click on create and you will find two boxes in front of you. Those are actually trigger and action. Trigger means when this happens, action means do this. So whenever this happens, do this. Understand with an example also. Whenever a sale happen in a payment gateway application, let's say send an email via Gmail application. Well, here according to our use case, whenever the video details are added into the Google spreadsheet application, automatically upload that video in YouTube application. So this is how you need to always select the applications in which you are setting up an automation. And here we are building an automation in between Google Sheets and YouTube. So that is why the first application here will be the Google Sheets, and the trigger event will I want whenever a new or updated spreadsheet row, this automation should trigger. Now as soon as I have selected these two, here you can see I have a webhook URL and few set of instructions. So I'll have to follow these instructions one by one, and the idea here is we are going to connect our spreadsheet with Pabbly Connect so that the details can be captured here in the Pabbly Connect response, and I'm going to do that with the help of this webhook URL. So copy this webhook URL, go back to the spreadsheet which you have created, basically in which you are going to add the video data, and here into this add-on you'll have to go to the get add-ons and search for the Pabbly Connect webhooks option. Alright, so I'm searching for Pabbly Connect webhooks, and you will see that add-on which is already installed into my account. But make sure if you are a new user, you will have to firstly install this particular add-on into your Google Workspace marketplace. Okay, after installing this add-on, you'll have to again click on this extension section, and finally you will find your add-on here. Click on initial setup, and here exactly we are going to paste the same webhook URL which we have received via Pabbly Connect. So I have added the same. Now trigger column, again read the instructions that the trigger column will be your final data column, on which if the data is added, the whole of that row data will be sent to the webhook URL. So basically the system is asking you to provide that on the filling of which particular column the data should be sent to Pabbly Connect. So I want that whenever the data is filled up to E column, the automation should trigger. So that is why I'll add he here, which was already added. Now I'll click on this button, but before that let me show you Pabbly Connect is actually waiting for the response, and even read the instructions that log into the application where you have added the webhook URL and do a test submission or record so that the data can be recorded here in the webhook response. So basically it is asking you to do a test submission or record, and here the test submission or record means generating, basically adding of a new data or updating of a data in a new spreadsheet row. So I am going to do the same, and if I'll click on send test, let me take it in the center. Okay, if I'll click on send test button, you will see that the test data sent successfully. Okay, here's the title, here we have the video URL, here we have the description, and this is how I have sent all the data to the Pabbly Connect. Click on submit and setup configured successfully. Click on close. Coming back here, and you will see that response will be received immediately. Let us check the details one by one. So here we have the video URL, the video title, we have the trigger column, the tags, the spreadsheet name, the spreadsheet ID, here is the sheet name, and we even have the row index, the image URL, and the description. Let me even show you this image URL. Okay, so this is going to be the image, the thumbnail of my YouTube video. Okay, so coming back back here, and the presence of this data clearly shows that the first step of our automation is done, which was building a connection in between Google Spreadsheet and Pabbly Connect and capturing the data here. Now we are going to send the same data to the YouTube application. So that is why in the second step, I'll search for the YouTube application, and in action event, well, I want to upload a video, so that is why I'll go with the same action event. Okay, click here once again and let us search. Okay, here we have upload video. Uploads the video to YouTube channel, which is currently in beta mode. Okay, clicking on connect, and now I am going to connect my YouTube channel with the Pabbly Connect. All right, so you just need to provide the access of your YouTube channel from here, and don't worry, Pabbly Connect is 100% safe. Basically, your data is 100% safe with Pabbly Connect, and as soon as I'll provide the access, the authorization will be successful and your YouTube account will be also connected with Pabbly Connect. Now it is asking to select the channel ID. So firstly, I'll show you that I have the channel name as the demo channel only, so I'll go with the same. Okay, so which is got selected automatically. Second thing, it is asking for the title, the description, the URL. Basically, whatever the video you need to upload, I'll have to provide the details here, and we already have the details, and we don't need to manually copy and paste the details here. We're going to map this data, and mapping is very simple in Pabbly Connect. If you will click on this particular field, you will find the above data here. You just need to simply click on that particular data. So it is asking for the title, so I have selected the same. Now it is asking for the description, so let us search for the description as well, and here we have the description. Where are the tags? I'll have to search for that, and here are the tags of the video, the category ID. Well, this is something which I have not received via sheet, so I'll have to read the instructions that enter the video category ID to be assigned to the video. The category ID can be retrieved using the list of video categories action step. Okay, example 22. Well, I'll have to add one more action step before this particular action step in order to retrieve the category ID. So how I'm going to do that? But so before I add a new action step, how about I save it? Well, it is asking for the video URL, which is mandatory, then only it will save this particular step. So how about I first map the video URL also. So where is the video URL? Here it is. Okay, so I have added the same. Now I can save this particular step so that my data will not get lost. Okay, again the category ID is also required, so how about for now I just provide a dummy number. Okay, just for now, because I just want to save this particular step. All right, so the data saved successfully. Now I will introduce one more new step before this YouTube upload video beta step. Okay, so clicking on this plus icon in between these two steps, and here I'm going to search for the YouTube once again, and this time in action event, as per the instructions, I'll search for the list video category. So where is that action step? Okay, here it is, list video categories. Click on connect, and this time I'll go with the existing connections only instead of the new connections, and here you can see it is connected. Now it is asking for the country code. Okay, so since I am from the India, so I'll add the country code of India, and you will see it will provide me the category ID along with the category name. Okay, so here we have the data, the response is received. Let us check the details one by one. So if you belong to the film and animation industry, your category ID will be 1. Okay, let us check for more details. Alright, so if you are from the autos and vehicles category, your category ID will be 2, and this is how you will find your category ID. Well, I know that I belongs to the 22 number category because I actually my channel is actually based on this particular, basically on peoples and blogs. So either again I can map this particular value, or I can even provide this value manually. So how about I provide this particular data as manually? Okay, so I'll add 22 manually. In case you want to map it, you can even do the same from this particular response. Okay, we have the response here. Okay, and if I'll search for 22, you will find the 22 number category. Okay, now it is asking for the video video visibility stated. So I would like to first keep my videos private only, so that first I will review my videos and then only I am going to publish the videos. Okay, just in case if you want to make your videos public directly, you can also do the same. So how about I directly public my videos, just to show you how you can also do the same. Notify subscribers, well again it is up to you whether you would like to notify the subscribers. Allow embedding, yes I would like to. Audience, make sure you select no, it is not made for kids. Self declared made for kids, it will be false. And here I would like to recommend you that you should read all these instructions once you will create this automation, basically before the automation creation. And here you can see a help guide has been provided here, which I will read in front of you. Okay, so first scenario is if you are uploading the video size less than 1 GB, then in that case you'll have to these instructions. And what is that second scenario? I'll have to check for that also. Okay, so we have the second scenario as if you are uploading the video size greater than 1 GB. So the video which I'm uploading right now is actually less than 1 GB, so I'll follow these instructions. So in this case, add an action step to upload a video YouTube. Okay, use the YouTube upload video action. I have already done this particular step. Now it is saying that after uploading the video, use the delay by Pabbly action step for 8 minutes. This is the amount of delay after which we will recheck the video upload status. Alright, and to check the video upload status, use the YouTube get video upload status. So what you'll have to do, I'll tell you. Go to Pabbly Connect, and firstly I'll be clicking on this button and let us check for the response of this particular step. And here you can see the response is received. Let us check the details one by one. Okay, so the response result request status, it is initiated. Basically our uploading is initiated. Now as per the instruction, I'll have to apply this delay and this get video upload status step as well after this particular step. But before that, let me tell you, if you are uploading the video greater than 1 GB, you will have to follow these instructions. And if you want me to create a video on that as well, I'll create it one. But for that, you'll have to ask me in the comment section if you really want me to create video on that. Okay, so let us go back here, and as per the instructions, I'll click on plus icon and again I'll add a delay step. Now you must be thinking why we are adding this delay, why it is mentioned in the instruction. So basically we are delaying this particular automation at least for the 8 and 10 minutes so that in this 8 minutes, in the duration of this 8 minutes, uploading will be done, and then after that we will check the status of the video, whether it is uploaded, published or whatever it is. Okay, so delay by Pabbly and delay for minutes, and the value will be 8 because I want to delay this particular automation for 8 minutes. Okay, so I have provided all the details. Clicking on this button and you will see that this automation will be delayed for the 8 minutes. And after this 8 minutes, I also have to check the status of this video. So for that, again you will have to search for the YouTube only in the action step, and this time in the action event we will search for the get video upload status. Again it is also in the beta mode. Click on connect. Now again I will go with the existing connections only, and you will see that the YouTube will be connected. Now it is asking for the request ID. Enter request ID that you have received in the response of the upload video action step. So here you can see we have received the response, and in this response I have received this request ID as well. So how about we map it directly? Okay, so I am going to map it from this particular step. Alright, now on clicking on this button you will see it will give me the status of my video. So let us check that right now what exactly is the status of the video. So where is the status? Alright. Okay, so here you can see the privacy status is public since we have made it public intentionally, and the status is uploaded, and the response result request status is also complete. So that means our automation is working fine. Let us check whether our video has been actually got uploaded or not. Let us refresh this particular YouTube channel. All right. Alright, here you can see how to contact Pabbly Connect team. The video has got uploaded and the status of this video is actually public. If I'll open this particular video, you will see that it is actually working absolutely fine. Alright, let me pause this video. Let us go back here and check for the details. And yes, it was how to connect Pabbly Connect team, how to contact Pabbly Connect. Yet yes, it is the same title. Let us check for the description as well. Watch this video and know how you can easily reach out to the Pabbly Connect team. Again, cross check and watch this video and know how you can easily reach out to the Pabbly Connect team. And here we have the tags, the image URL. So that means our automation is working absolutely fine. Now what will happen as soon as someone is going to add the details of the video here into the row of the spreadsheet, those videos will be automatically uploaded to your channel based on the status that you are providing in your automation. But for that, you'll have to do one more last settings, that is click on extension, and here you will find an option of send on event. So if you want this automation to work in real time, you will have to enable this send on event option, which I have enabled. Here you can see it is tick marked. Okay, so I'm repeating this again, that you will have to enable this particular option in order to work this automation in real time. Okay, so now I also want my final video URL to be added automatically once the video is uploaded. How I'm going to do that? Coming back here, and in this particular response you will find that we have also got the video URL. So how about I add one more action step as the Google Sheets, and I'm going to add that particular URL in my Google Sheets. Okay, how you'll have to search for the Google Sheets once again, and here in the action event, well, I just want to update a cell value in this particular automation, in this particular spreadsheet. So that is why instead of other action step, I will choose only the update cell value, something like this. Okay, here we have the action step as action event as update cell value. Clicking on this connect button, and again I will go with the existing connection only, because remember I have already connected my spreadsheet with the Pabbly Connect earlier. Okay, now it is asking to select the spreadsheet. The name of my spreadsheet is YouTube videos to be published, so I'll search for the same YouTube video to be published. Asking for the select a sheet, well, I just have a single sheet here, so again I will select the same. Well, it has got selected automatically. Finally, it is asking for the range of the sheet that needs to be updated. Okay, example C5, the column name and the row index. So my column name, which will remain same, is actually F, so that is why I will add F here. And the row index will change, because as soon as I'm going to add the new details, this row index will change. Okay, this time I have the row index as 2. So again, I cannot add the row index manually, because if I will add anything manually in these fields, the details will be remain same, it will not change. So how I will make it work in real time? So you just need to map the value instead of adding it manually. So we have received the row index in the first step, and since I have mapped it, this value will be keep on changing as soon as the new data will be arrived. In fact, whatever the details I have mapped in my previous step, those value will be also replaced automatically when this automation will work in the real time. Okay, so the description, the URL, the tags, these details will be automatically changed when the automation will work in real time. And this is the power of mapping, the power of automation. So finally, I have provided the range and what value I need to update it. So I want to update it the video URL, the final video URL, which has got uploaded automatically. So where is the URL of the video? Here you can see it is the same. Okay, clicking on this button, save and send test request, waiting for the response, and you can see in front of you the final URL, final video URL has been updated here automatically. So this is how now onwards, simply add the details here and everything will be uploaded automatically. You do not even have to provide the access of your YouTube channel to your team. Simply connect your spreadsheet with YouTube channel and share this particular sheet with your team, and in this way you do not have to share the access messages of your YouTube channel. You just need to set this automation once inside Pabbly Connect, and after that you can sit back and relax, because Pabbly Connect will take care of all the tasks in the backend. You do not have to do anything manually. I will also attach this shareable link of my workflow which I have created in front of you in my description box. So if you will click on this particular link and sign up for free in the Pabbly Connect, the same workflow will be cloned into your Pabbly Connect account, that too for free. How to add LinkedIn lead generation form leads to Google Sheets automatically. Very interesting automation for all LinkedIn users who are actually running LinkedIn ads and collecting the leads via LinkedIn lead generation form. So the idea here is, as soon as someone is going to submit your lead generation form, we are going to automatically add the very same lead in Google Sheets without doing anything manually. So I'm going to do this by setting an automation in between LinkedIn lead generation forms and Google Sheets. And if you also want to learn how you can do that, come with me and I'll show you the process step by step. So this is the dashboard of LinkedIn Campaign Manager, and this is the spreadsheet which I have created for collecting the leads. And the very first thing you'll have to do is to go to your advertise section, and under that you'll have to create a group, basically the campaign group. Here you can see I have created a default campaign group, or you can say a testing campaign group, and here I'm going to do that with the testing details only, because I'm just showing you that how things can be done or how the automation can be created. So here I have the default campaign name, and under this campaign group I have single campaign as lead generation, and again under this particular lead generation campaigns I have total 2 ads. Let me show you. One is for the lifetime deal and second is for the book your traveling package. And here in this particular ad I have associated a LinkedIn lead generation form. Let me even show you that also. Okay, so here you can see this is how my advertisement will look like to the people, and whenever they are going to click on this button, basically on the sign up button, the LinkedIn lead generation form will open up like this, and as soon as they are going to submit the form, we are going to collect the details here. Now firstly I'll show you how you can create this kind of form, and then you can associate it with your LinkedIn lead generation ad. So firstly we will go to the lead generation form section, and here you will find an option of create form. Here you will have to provide a name to your form. So let's say I am providing the name as tour and travel booking form agency or something else. Okay, so this is going to be the form name. Language will be English. If you want to provide the headline, so assume that I am providing the headline as book your traveling package with us, and you can actually see the preview from the right hand side. Okay, this is going to be the form, or basically the lead generation form. Here if you want to provide any details, you can provide the same, asking for the privacy URL. So how about I paste a normal privacy URLs. For now I am going to add this dummy, just a Pabbly Connect landing page URL only. Okay, and further it is asking for the privacy policy text also. So again it is optional, so I will leave it blank, and whatever the questions you would like to add in your lead generation form. So assume that I'll have to collect the name, email address. So I have selected these 3 fields. I also want to collect the phone number. So how about I directly search for the phone number, and I have selected this particular field as well. And here you can see the preview of the form, that email address, phone number, first name and last name. So for now I have added only 4 fields. In case you want to add more fields in your LinkedIn lead generation form, you can do it from this custom questions, which is optional. It is completely based on your requirement. And lastly you will have to provide the confirmation also. So thank you for submitting the form. Someone from our team will get back to you with a nice traveling package based on your requirement. Okay, so let me first correct the spelling of the package. Okay, this is going to be the thank you message which will appear after the form submission. It is asking for the landing page. So how about I provide this landing page? Basically this is the website of the tour and traveling agency. Okay, let me even show you that website link. Okay, here you can see this is the website link I'm going to attach here along with my landing page URL, basically in the landing page URL field. Okay, so here you can select the call to action buttons. So either you can select this or you can go with anything. So how about I select this try now. So this is how you can also create your LinkedIn lead generation form, and here I have created a basic form, all right, but you can customize it as per your requirement. Finally, I will click on this button, agree and continue, and this is how my tour and travel booking form is completed, all right, which is in review actually. Okay, now I am going to attach this form with my ad. So for that you will have to, well, here you can see I have two forms with the same name. So how about I edit my form and then I am going to change the headline of this form. Well, there is no option to edit this form once you have created the form. So for now I'll have to go with this particular name only. Okay, after creating the lead generation form, you will have to associate it with the advertisement. So again we will go back to advertisement section. Here we have the campaign name, click on that, and here we have the, we had the campaign group, and under that campaign group I have the campaign name as lead generation, and finally here I am going to create a new ad in front of you. So if you'll click on this button, you will find an option of ad. Okay, so here I will create a new ad in front of you. So this is the button, create new ad. Here you will have to provide the name to your ad. So how about I provide that advertisement for to traveling agency. Okay, this is going to be the name of my advertisement. Okay, advertisement for traveling agency, introductory ad. Again you can see the preview of this particular ad in the right hand side. Second thing, it is asking for the introductory text. So how about I provide something like this. Okay, so having trouble in planning your vacation, share your traveling requirement with us and we will plan a vacation for you starting from the hotel, food, etc. Asking for the destination URL. Again I am going to provide the tour and traveling agency website link here because I want every user should be redirected here. The field must be a valid URL. Well, yes, it is a valid URL. I'll have to remove this extra space from here. Okay, I have done the same. Now it is asking for the ad image, the ad headline and the description. So how about I upload some image from my desktop. So I have just downloaded a random image for my tour and traveling agency business. So I'm going to upload the same image here. Okay, so click on this button and here I'm going to upload the same image. I have dragged and dropped this particular image, all right. And I've selected the image, click on select finally, and this is how the image will be uploaded. Here you can see the preview again, and now it is asking for the header. So how about I provide something like book your traveling package with us and get 20% off. Okay, this is going to be the header text, basically the headline, and here from the right hand side I'll show you that how it is going to look like. Okay, here you can see book your traveling package with us and get 20% off. Okay, this is how your ad will look like. Basically people will find your ads like this. Okay, in case you want to provide any description, you can also do the same, and finally I will click on this button create. All right, it is actually saving my advertisement, and here you can see I can see my ads here, advertisement for the traveling agency, and now it is asking to associate your lead generation form. So if I'll click on this button, it will directly ask me to provide the call to action. So how about I provide something like maybe register, and in the form I am going to choose that tour and travel booking form which I have just created. Finally I will click on the save button, and this is how I can create ad and associate my lead generation form with that. Okay, now finally I will go back and open my ad. So if you will click on advertisement, and then if you will open your advertisement from here, you will find your ads like this. Okay, here you can see having trouble in planning your vacation, share your traveling requirement with us, and this is how my ad will look like, and people can actually register or share their requirement, share their traveling details with us by filling out this form. And I want that as soon as someone is going to fill this form, the details should be collected here in the spreadsheet. For that, I'll have to connect this form with the spreadsheet, and I'm going to do that with the help of Pabbly Connect. Well, it is an amazing integration and automation software, and you can also reach here by typing pabbly.com/connect. Now, if you are a new user, you will have to sign up for free. I'm already an existing user, so that is why I'm clicking on signing. And in the free account, you will also get free tasks to test this automation. All right, click on access now, and this is how you will reach out to the dashboard of Pabbly Connect, and we are going to click on this blue button, create workflow, and simply provide a random name to your automation. So how about collect LinkedIn leads in Google Sheets? I'm sorry for that. Okay, so let me correct the spelling as well. Collect the LinkedIn leads in Google Sheets, that too automatically. So this name is looking good. Now I will click on this button create, and you will find two boxes in front of you. Those are actually trigger and action. Trigger means when this happens, action means do this. When this happens, do this. So understand with an example. Whenever a sale happen in a payment gateway application, let's say, send an email via Gmail application. And here, according to our use case, whenever the form is submitted, basically the lead generation form is submitted, automatically collect the lead in Google Sheet. So this is how we need to always select the applications in which we are setting up an automation. And here, since we are building an automation in between LinkedIn lead generation form, so that is why the first application here will be the same. And in the trigger event, well, I want whenever the form response is received, this automation should trigger. So I have selected the same, click on connect, and the idea here is we are connecting lead generation form with the Pabbly Connect so that details can be captured here first, and then we are going to share the same details to the Google Sheets. So I have provided the access of my LinkedIn account, and this is how the authorization is successful, and my lead generation form is connected with Pabbly Connect. Now it is asking for the account ID and lead form. Well, why it is not visible? I'll have to make the connections once again. Alright, you can see after making the connections once again, it is showing the account ID and the lead form. Well, in the account ID, I am going to select the Naveen Kole only. So, okay, I'll come back to Pabbly Connect, and here I'm going to select the same. And in the lead generation form, well, I have created my form with the name tour and travel booking form. So I'll select the same. And if I'll click on this button, the most recent data, basically the most recent lead entry will be captured here. So firstly, I'll have to make an entry in this particular form. So I have this form, and here I am going to fill the details. Okay, so assume that someone is actually interested in your traveling package, in your tour and traveling agency, and they are actually sharing your requirement with you by filling out this form. So here I have added the email address as admin@pabblytuts.com. Here is the phone number, which is a dummy phone number, and as the first name, it has selected already. Well, let me tell you that I'm not running any live advertisement in LinkedIn, so that is why I'm going to use this lead generation form testing tool. Basically, here I'm going to submit the lead with the help of the testing details only, and I have the testing details as the first name as the Pabbly and the last name as the subscription billing management service, which I have provided initially at the time of setup. So it is going to take the same, but make sure that whenever you are going to create this automation, you will have to provide the genuine details. Assume that someone is actually submitting the form. Now finally, I will click on this button submit, and now I will go back to Pabbly Connect and clicking on this button save and send test request, and you will see the details will be captured here. And here you can see the email address has been captured. Here's the phone number, here's the first name, and here we have the last name. So this is how I have captured all the lead data via lead generation form, basically via LinkedIn lead generation form. Now finally, I just need to add these details to the Google Sheets. For that, I'll have to go back to the second application, and let me minimize it so that you can see it more clearly. And here I am going to search for the Google Sheets application, and under this Google Sheets, in the action events, I want to add add the data. So that is why add new row will be the action event. Click on connect, click on add new connection, sign in with Google, provide the access of your Google Sheet account. Well, I have provided the same, and here you can see the authorization will be successful and your Google Sheet account will be connected immediately with Pabbly Connect. Okay, here you can see the authorization is successful, and okay, waiting. And here you can see it is connected. The very first thing it is asking for the spreadsheet. Well, whatever the spreadsheets are available into my account have started visible here, and I am going to select this particular spreadsheet, and the name of this sheet is leads collected via LinkedIn ads. Okay, so coming back to Pabbly Connect, let us select the same, asking for the select sheet. Well, I have the single sheet only, so again I'm going to select the same. Third thing, it is asking for the topic. Well, here you can see as soon as I have selected the spreadsheet, these fields are also changed as per the columns I have in my spreadsheet. So I have 3 columns here, so that is why here you can see I have the 3 fields. I just need to fill out these details, and don't worry, I don't need to manually add this data here. We need to map it. And how? Mapping is very simple. If you will click on this field, the above data will be visible here in the drop down. You just need to select that particular data. It is asking for the lead's name, so how about I map the first name only? Well, if you want to collect the first name and last name separately, you can actually create 2 columns for that, but for now I am going to collect only the first name only. And second thing, it is asking for the email address, so how about I directly search with the email address, basically with the help of the adder rate. So I have mapped the email address as well. Now finally it is asking for the phone number, so let us search for the phone number, and here we have the dummy phone number as well. And you must be thinking that what is this mapping and why I am even mapping these details. So basically, whatever the details I am going to map here will be replaced automatically when this automation will work in the real time. So basically what will happen, as soon as someone is going to fill the lead generation form, the details will be captured here in the Pabbly Connect first, and those new details will replace these existing values, basically the values which I have mapped. Assume that instead of mapping, you have provided these details manually. In that case, the details will remain same, it will be fixed, it will not change. So that is why mapping is important here, and this is how this automation is going to take place. Now finally I will click on this button, save and send test request, and you will see the magic that the details will be immediately added here as the lead. And this is how now onwards, as soon as someone is going to fill the details in my LinkedIn lead generation form, the details will be immediately and automatically captured here in Pabbly Connect. But for that, you'll have to set this automation inside Pabbly Connect just once, and after that sit back and relax, because Pabbly Connect will take care of all the tasks in the backend. Okay, now here I'll have to tell you one more very important thing. Sometimes this automation will not work in the real time. Since I was creating this automation, so that is why the data has been added immediately and instantly. But as per the instructions, this trigger will check for the new data in every 3 hours. So what will happen, in every 3 hours our system will go back to the LinkedIn lead generation form, and it will check whether a new lead has been arrived or not. So it will actually check the data for in between every 3 hours. So that is why sometimes it may take time to capture the details here. Basically it might take at least 3 hours to capture the details, but don't worry, everything will surely work automatically with the help of automation. You do not have to do anything. Okay, and I'm also going to attach the shareable link of the same workflow in my description box. So if you will click on this link and sign up for free in the Pabbly Connect, the same workflow will be cloned into your account, that too for free.
So in this video, we will learn how to add TradingView alerts to Google Sheet. Now suppose guys, you are using TradingView to have a record and alert updates of all of your favorite stocks and indexes. And then you want to add those new alerts into a Google Sheet to have a complete track record. Now let me tell you, you can completely automate this process. So the trigger of this automation will be getting an alert message on our TradingView account, which are the alerts which we have created. And the action will be adding those new alert updates into a Google Sheet as a new row. Now how you can set up this automation? To know this, you have to come with me to my screen.
So as you can see, here we are on Pabbly Connect's dashboard. Now to reach this dashboard, you will get a free sign up link of Pabbly Connect in the description box below. By clicking on that link, you can create your free Pabbly Connect account in just 2 minutes. And after reaching to this dashboard, just click on Create Workflow and give your workflow a name. For example, I would like to name my workflow as TradingView to Google Sheets. And then just click on Create. Now we can see that a workflow is open over here. And in this workflow, we have two different windows. First one is the trigger window and second one is the action window. So triggers and actions are basically those two concepts, those two principles on which this whole automation works on, where the trigger says when this happens and the action says do this. So let's begin with the trigger window. So the idea here is we are creating some kind of stock or index alerts inside TradingView. So we are going to connect our TradingView account with Pabbly Connect, and whenever whatever alert we create, TradingView will give an alert message for that alert. We are going to get that same alert message inside Pabbly Connect as well. So here in Pabbly Connect guys, in trigger window in choose app, search for TradingView. Select TradingView over here. And after that in trigger event from the drop down, select new alert. And then here you can see that after selecting a trigger event, Pabbly Connect gave us a webhook URL. Now we are going to use this webhook URL to connect TradingView with Pabbly Connect and get the alert messages. So here guys, how you can do that. You just have to follow the help text given below over here. Just copy this webhook URL from here, and after that just go to your TradingView account's homepage. And after reaching to the home page guys, here what we have to do, we have to create an alert. Just click on this create alert button and then here you have to set up the conditions for this alert. Like what kind of stock or index it is regular trade hours or what it is, and then what is the status for which you want to create the alert. So here in the drop down guys, you can see there are different status. So we are going to select the status as crossing. Then we have to enter the value that for what value we are setting up this alert. So here guys, we are setting up this alert like whenever this index, Nifty index is going to cross this point, then we want to get an alert message. So right now you can see that Nifty index is trading at 18,325 points. So let's create and set up an alert for 18,326 points over here. Then it is asking us options. So only once we want to get this alert or every time it is going to cross. So if we just want to get the alert only once for crossing this value or whatever event you select over here, you can select it. But if you want every time it is going to cross this value, this index or stock is going to cross this value, in that case you want to get the alert message, you can select every time over here. After this guys, it is asking us expiration time, that at what date and time this alert is going to expire. So this is the date and time on which this alert is going to expire. That is exactly 1 month after today. Then after that in alert action guys, here you can see an option named as webhook URL. Just select this option over here and here you have a field named as webhook URL. Now guys, in this section, we just have to paste the same webhook URL which we have copied from Pabbly Connect. Just copy it from there and paste it over here. After copying the webhook URL, here we have to set up the message. That what is the message you want to get after getting this alert. With this alert, what is the message you want to get? So here in this message, we have by default written the name of the stock or index. We have the condition that is crossing, which we have selected over here. And then we have the points or the status that for what points we have added this alert. Then after that, for example, I want to get the volume, that at what volume this stock or index is trading right now. Then I also want to get the current price and the time, that at what date and time this stock has crossed this price. So in the help text below this message, you can see you can use special placeholders such as close, time, plot, etc. over here. So when you will click on this question mark button of help, you can see that there are some placeholders which you can add in this message. And in that, using those placeholders, you can get the price of your stock, you can get the volume of the stock, you can also get other details of the stock, that at what date and time this stock has actually crossed that value. Then you can also get that exchange, that from which exchange you are getting those details and all of that. So here you can refer to this page and add as many as alerts and placeholders in your message as you want. Right now in this video guys, we are going to have a look on just 3 basic things, that is the volume, price and time. So here let's add a placeholder for volume. So let's add volume and in double curly braces, write volume placeholder over here. Just a second. After volume, I wanted to add the price. So let's add price and the placeholder for price is close. Then after price, we wanted to mention the time, and the placeholder for time is this time in double curly braces. So here guys, you can see that we have created a message, and then in this message we are going to get the name of the stock or index, we are get the status, we get the points that at for what point we have created this alert. We are going to get the volume, we are going to get the current price and the time that at what date and time it has crossed. So in this way guys, you can basically create any kind of message over here according to your choice. After this guys, just click on this create button, and here you will see that as you click on this create button, the alert will be created. So we have created an alert, and yes, here you can see that just now it has crossed this points of 18,326 points, and here we can see that we have received a alert message instantly. And because we have created this alert with Pabbly Connect using the webhook URL, we will see the alert message which we have created with all the details will also be received inside Pabbly Connect. So here in Pabbly Connect guys, you can see that we have received some response, and in this response we have the name of the stock or index, we have the status for which we have created the alert, and we have the points that for what point we have created the alert. We have the volume, that at what volume it is trading right now, we have the price, and also the date and time, that at what date and time this alert was received. And also this date and time guys is in UTC time format. So right now, while sending the data using webhook URL, TradingView sends the time in UTC time format. So here guys, now you can see that we have received the alert message from TradingView inside Pabbly Connect. But here guys, in this message, we have collectively received all of these details. Now we want to add these details like the volume, price, time, and the alert details into a Google Sheet. But in our Google Sheet, we have different columns for all of this data. So what we have to do, from this alert message, one by one, we have to extract these details. Details like first, we are going to extract the alert details, like for what stock or index we have created the alert, what is the alert status, and what is the alert value. Then after that, we are going to receive the details of the volume which we have received with this alert message, then the price, the time, and other details whatever you can get. So how we can extract these details? Now to extract that, just scroll down, come to our action window, and choose app. Here we have to select a feature of Pabbly Connect, and that is text formatter. Select text formatter over here. And after selecting text formatter by Pabbly, in action event from the drop down, select the action event text parser. Then just click on connect. And after clicking on connect, the first thing it asks us is the text, that what is the response, what is the text from which we want to extract the details. So we want to extract the text one by one from this response. So here what we have to do, we have to basically map this response which we have received from TradingView over here in this field. And guys, the process of mapping is very simple. Simply click on this field, and in the drop down below, you can see the alert message which we have received from TradingView can be seen over here. Just select this response of this alert message and it will be mapped. So we are going to extract or pass the text from this data, from this response. Then it is asking us text match after. So here guys, first what we want to do, we want to get the details of the stock alert. So here are the details, the name of the stock, the status, and the value. We want to get the details. But here in text match after, we have to enter the text that after which we want to extract the details. But this is the post text of this response, so we are just going to keep this blank. And here in text match before, we are going to enter this comma space volume as the text match before. So we are telling this text parser step that we want to get the text before this data, comma space volume. So what we have to do, we have to exactly copy this. And after that, just paste it over here in text match before and click on save and send test request. When we are going to click on save and send test request, here you can see that in our response message, in our alert message, the text which we have entered text match before, the text before this data, before this value is received in response. So here in response, we can see the same details. So we have received the alert details. Now we have to use the same process of text formatter, or should I say text parser, again and again to get the other details. So using the same text parser, we are going to get this response of volume, what the exact volume response, the response of price, and also the response of time. So let's use text formatter once again. So just click on this add action step button over here, and once again search for text formatter, select text formatter, and then in action event from the drop down, select text parser. Click on connect. Once again map the same text from TradingView responses, and this time in text match after we have some text. So here the text match after will be this comma volume hyphen. Just copy this text after because we want to get the text after this. We want to get this data in response. So we are entering that we want to get the text after this. So just map it over or enter it over here. And then in text match before, guys, what we have to enter? We have to enter comma space price. So in any of this data, guys, we are not going to enter actual value, which will be keep on changing. So every time we get the message, we have to ensure that we get the message in the same format. We get the alert details, then we get the volume, then the price, and then the time. So in this way, guys, what it is, we are going to exactly pass the text data. And also you have to ensure that you don't get any kind of dynamic data with these details. So here, while adding before and after, you don't map any kind of numbers or dynamic data. Then just click on save and send test request. And here you can see that using splitter or text parser, we have received the volume. Then just click on this clone step button. Here you have an option to clone the same step. Just click on this clone step button, click on clone now, and the same step will be cloned. So this is a feature of Pabbly Connect, guys. Using this feature, you just don't have to keep on creating or adding new step. You can just clone the exact step in the next step as well. So we have cloned the step. So in the previous step, in response, we have received the volume. In the next step, in response, guys, what we have to do, we want to get the price. So here we have to enter the price. So select this price as text after, text match after, and paste it over here. And then what we have to do, we have to enter comma space time as text before. So here, comma space time, and click on save and send text request. And the data between these two values will be received inside Pabbly Connect. So this is the price. And one last time, we have to clone this same step. So just come up, and here you have this clone step option. Once again, for the last time, clone the same step. And this time we are going to get the time, that at what time we have received this alert message. So here you can see that in the previous step, we have received the price. This is it. And now here you can see that we have to basically get the time. So here in time, guys, we don't have text match before. Just clear it, keep it blank. And in text match after, we have to enter comma space time, hyphen space. And then just click on save and send test request. And yes, guys, here you can see that in response, you have received the time. So in this way, all the values of placeholder, all the values of alert messages, we have received all of those values. We have extracted all of those values using text parser. Now what we want to do, we want to send all of these details into our Google Sheet. So what we have to do, we just have to send this data to Google Sheet by clicking on this add action step button. And here in choose app, just search for Google Sheets. And click on Google Sheet over here. Then after this, in action event, guys, from the drop down, you have to select the action event as add new row. Click on connect and select add new connection. Now here, guys, what we have to do, we have to connect our Google Sheets account with Pabbly Connect. And to make this connection, click on this connect with Google Sheets button and select your Google Sheets account. After that, just scroll down and click on continue. And after clicking on continue, you can see that we have successfully connected our Google Sheets account with Pabbly Connect. After making the connection, the first thing it asks us is to select the spreadsheet. So in the drop down below, we can see a list of all the spreadsheets which we have in our Google Sheets over here. And out of all of this, we have to select the spreadsheet in which we want to add these details. So we have named our spreadsheet as stock alerts from TradingView. So we want to add the data in this sheet. So we are going to select this sheet from the drop down. After selecting spreadsheet, the next thing it asks us is to select the sheet. So in this spreadsheet, guys, you can see that right now I have only one sheet named as sheet 1. That's why in the drop down, we can only see one sheet as sheet 1. Just select it. And then you can see that all the columns of data which we have created in our Google Sheet, we can see all of those columns as fields over here. So one by one, we have basically extracted the text details, the data from the message which we have received from TradingView in Pabbly Connect. So one by one, we have to map the data in their respective field. So let's start with alert details. Just click on this field, and in the drop down below, after using text parser for the first time, we have received the details of the alert which we have created. So just select this details of the alert and map it over here. Then for date and time, just click on this field, And in the last step of text parser, we have received the date and time, that at what date and time this alert message was received from TradingView. Just select it and map it over here. Then in current value, guys, we have to map the price of the stock, the current price which we have received. So in the third step, after using text parser for the third time, we have received the price. Just map it. And in volume, guys, here using text parser, we have also received the volume. So just enter or map the volume over here as well. So in this way, guys, you can basically use text parser to get the data from the message which we have collectively received from TradingView. And you can use text parser as many times as you want to get these details. After mapping all of this data into Google Sheet, guys, just click on this Save and Send Test Request button. And after clicking on Save and Send Test Request, here you can see that you have received some response. And this response seems to be a positive response to us. This response shows that the data which we have mapped over here, basically the alert message details which we have received from TradingView, is been added in our Google Sheet. So let's check it. We'll go to our Google Sheet. And yes, guys, here you can see that in our Google Sheet, a new row of data is been added. And these are the same details. This is the same data which we have received as an alert message from TradingView. So in our TradingView account, we have created an alert, and as we receive the alert message, we have automatically added those alert details into a Google Sheet as a new row. So guys, now we can see that our automation workflow is working perfectly fine. Now after setting up this automation, let's test this automation once in real time. So we are going to create another alert in our TradingView account. Let's change the settings. And this time we are going to set up an alert for the value of, for example, right now this index is trading at 18,335. So let's set up an alert for 18,336 points. Sorry, 336 points. And then just let's keep all of the details as same, the same webhook URL, same message, and click on save over here. Now what we are going to do, we are going to wait for this stock or this index to reach this point on which we have created the alert. So let's wait for a few minutes over here. And yes, guys, now you can see that as the stock has crossed this point for which we have created the alert, instantly we have received an alert message. In this message, we can see all the details like at what volume it is trading right now, what is the current price, and also the time. So as we receive this data, this alert in TradingView, instantly, automatically, this alert details will be added as a new row in our Google Sheet. So let's check. Let's go to our Google Sheet. And yes, guys, here you can see that we have the alert details that for what event, what points we have created this alert. So this is the index name, this is the status, and this is the value for which we have created the alert. We have the date and time, that at what date and time we have received this alert. Then we have the current value of this alert, that what is the current value of the stock or index, and we have the volume. So in this way, guys, we can see that the automation workflow which we have created is working absolutely fine. So not just these applications, guys, you can connect plenty of other applications using Pabbly Connect. And one more important thing, you will find the clone link of the same workflow in the description box below. By clicking on that link, you can clone the same workflow into your own Pabbly Connect account. And also let me tell you, Pabbly Connect offers you a forever free plan. And in this plan, you will get some free tasks every month into your own Pabbly Connect account. So if you want to try and test this automation, you can do it for absolutely free.
How to create Notion database items from Google Sheets automatically. So in this video, we are going to create a backup of Google Sheets data into the Notion software, which is a project management and a note-taking software. So what will happen whenever the new data is added in the row of your spreadsheet, the same data will be created as the database items into the Notion. So basically, we are going to add the data into the table created via Notion. So in this way, you can also sync your Google Sheets data with the Notion, a project management software, and start managing your projects, your data into the Notion software only. So if you also want to set this automation, come with me and I will show you the process step by step. So let's take an example that I'm running a content writing project and I'm managing all the details related to that here into my spreadsheet. And I want to sync this spreadsheet in real time with the Notion project management software as well. And here you can see I have already created a page with the name, all block title, and a new table. And here I want to sync all the data, that too automatically. So for this, I need to connect the spreadsheet with the Notion software with the help of a software called as Pabbly Pabbly Connect. It is an integration and automation software, and you can also reach here by typing pabbly.com/connect. I will also attach this link into the description box. Now, if you're a new user, you will have to sign up for free, and let me tell you, in the free account of Pabbly Connect, you will also get free tasks to test these kinds of amazing automation. I'm already an existing user of Pabbly Connect. That is why I am clicking on signing, and then I am clicking on access now, and this is how I will reach out to the dashboard of Pabbly Connect. And after reaching out to the dashboard, you will have to click on this blue button, create workflow, and just provide a random name to your automation, to your workflow. I am providing the name as sync Google Sheets data with the Notion database automatically. And once you will click on this button create, you will find two boxes in front of you. Those are actually trigger and action. Trigger means when this happens, action means do this. When this happens, do this. Understand with an example also that whenever a sale happen in a payment gateway application, let's say send an email via Gmail application. Well, according to our use case, whenever you are going to add a new data into the Google Sheets application, sync the very same data with the Notion application. So basically, we need to always select the applications in which we are setting up an automation, and since we are connecting our Google Sheets with the Notion software, that is why the first application, the trigger application here, will be the Google Sheet, and the trigger event will be new or updated spreadsheet row. Now, the idea here is we are first connecting our Google Sheet with the Pabbly Connect so that the data of the spreadsheet can be captured here in the Pabbly Connect, and then we are going to send the very same data to the further application, basically to the Notion application. So follow these instructions one by one, and you can even follow my instructions. So firstly, you need to copy this webhook URL, go back to the spreadsheet which you would like to sync with your Notion software. Now click on this extension, click on add-on, click on get add-ons, and here you need to search for Pabbly Connect webhooks. And you can see I have searched for the same Pabbly Connect webhooks, and the add-on is visible here, which is already installed into my account. But make sure whenever you are building this integration, you will have to firstly install this Pabbly Connect webhooks add-on. For now, I am going to close it, and after installation, you will have to click on this extension option once again, and you will start finding your Pabbly Connect webhooks option here. Now click on this option basically to the initial setup, and here we are going to add the same webhook URL which we have just copied from the Pabbly Connect. So basically, with the help of this URL, we are actually building the connection. Now the trigger column, read the instructions. The trigger column will be your final data column, on which if the data is added, the whole of that row data will be sent to the webhook URL. So basically, on the filling of which particular column you want this automation to trigger, you want this data to be sent. So I want whenever the data is filled up to E column, in that case this automation should actually send this data. So here I will be adding this E, but let's say in your case, if your data is up to G, H, I, you can add it as per your choice, as per your requirement. Now I will click on this button send test, and you will see the same data, basically the data of the first row will be sent to the Pabbly Connect immediately. Here you can see the tested data sent successfully. The first row data has been sent. Click on submit. The setup configured successfully. Click on close, and coming back to Pabbly Connect, and here you will see the response will be received immediately. Here you can see the response is received, and let me even show you the details one by one. Written by Sonam, trigger column is E, spreadsheet name is actually this, and yes, these are the same details of my spreadsheet. And here you can see the published status, the published date, the blog URL, and the blog title was Top Benefits of Marketing Automation in 2022. And here you can see top benefits of marketing automation in 2022. So the first step of our automation of our integration is actually done, which was connecting this spreadsheet with the Pabbly Connect and sending this data in real time to Pabbly Connect. But here you will have to do one more settings, that is click on this extension option once again, and here you will have to enable this option, that is send on event. Now what will happen if you will enable this option? Basically the data will be start sending in the real time. Yes, this spreadsheet data. So let's say if you're adding a new data here, that data will be sent immediately to the Pabbly Connect. Now we are going to add one more action step here, that is going to be the Notion. Since I want to create the items, I want to sync this data with the Notion application only, and here in the action event you will have to go with this create database item, click on connect, click on add new connection, click on connect with Notion, and you will see it will ask you the basic details. Since I am already logged in into the Notion in a different tab, so that is why it is directly asking me for the permission, and here for now I am going to provide all the permissions. Okay, don't worry, Pabbly Connect is 100% safe. Now click on this allow access, and you will see your Notion application will be immediately connected with the Pabbly Connect, and here you can see whatever the databases I have created into my Notion software have started visible here, and I am going to sync this particular database, basically all blog data. Well, it was the most recent database which has got selected automatically. Now it is asking for the text. Well, I do not want to add these by default fields, so here I am going to add the fields by myself. Okay, so here firstly I am going to give the name as blog title. All right, second will be the blog URL, since I want to sync all the data from my sheet to here into the Notion. So I will keep all the column names as per my spreadsheet. The third column I have was the published date, written by, and published status. Okay, so published date will be the third column here. Okay, published date. All right. The fourth column will be the author name. Well, it was written by. All right, let me correct the spelling once again. Okay, looking good. And last one is actually the status of the blog. Okay, let me adjust the size. All right, blog title, blog URL, the published date, written by, and last thing is the status, the blog status. And here you can see in my spreadsheet I had 1 2 3 4 5 column, and here in the Notion database also I have created 1 2 3 4 5 column. Now here I will be refreshing, I'll be clicking on this refresh button, and you will see the fields, these fields will be changed automatically. You can see whatever the data I have just added into the Notion is reflecting here also. So it is asking to provide the published date, the URL, the written by, blog status, and the blog title. So I'm going to add this particular data here in these fields. How? Remember, we have just received the same data here in the response, and I don't need to copy this data manually and paste it here. If you will click on this field, okay, enter the text from map data. If you will click on this field, read the instruction, insert data from the previous step. So I am going to map the data from the previous step. So where is the published date? Okay, let me search for the same. Here you can see I have mapped this published date. Again, URL, how about I directly search for the same? Here is the URL which I have successfully mapped. Finally, the written by, again I am going to search for the same, written by. All right, I have provided the same. Last thing is the status, not the last thing but the last second thing, and finally we are going to provide this blog title. Okay, so I have mapped all the thing. Now you must be thinking that what is this mapping all about, which I am repeating again and again. So whatever the details I am adding here with the help of mapping, these details will be replaced automatically in real time. Yes, if I will add these details manually, the details will be fixed, but if I will map these details from the above step, so whenever the new data will arrive in the above step, the same data will replace these existing fields one by one, and this is the power of mapping, power of automation. So finally I will click on this button, save and center request, and you will see the magic, the same data. You can see the response is just received. Let me go back here and wait for the response, and here you can see the same data has been added to the Notion software. So this is how you can also sync all your Google spreadsheet data with the Notion software. And you will see if I will add the more data here. How about I copy this data? Okay, you can notice how to notify your team members about new Shopify orders. Notice this title. Okay, I am going to add the very same title here, and you will see the magic. The recent data, basically this notify your team members, will be added here again. Okay, wait for it, and yes, you can see how to notify your team members about the new Shopify order. So this is how now onwards, whenever you are going to add the data here, the same data will be automatically synced with the Notion software. And we have created this automation with the help of Pabbly Connect, and it is just a one-time process. Yes, you just need to create this automation in the Pabbly Connect once and sit back and relax, because now onwards everything will work in the backend. Pabbly Connect will take care of all the tasks in the backend. In case you want to clone this workflow into your account, I'll be adding the shareable link of the same workflow into my description box, from where you can clone the same workflow into your account, that too for free.
In this video, we are going to see how to automatically get the image links on Google Sheets using Pexels. So let's say that you have got certain titles in your Google Sheets along with the keywords. Now you want that with those keywords, you should be able to find certain images, for which you are using Pexels application, where you can find high quality images and videos for free. Now, once you have received these URLs, what do you want? Again, you want to send the same thing to your Google Sheet and update your cell value. This can be done and can get automated. How? By using Pabbly Connect software. Here your trigger application would be Google Sheet, and your action applications would be first Pexels, and then again you are going to use Google Sheet. Now how can you do this yourself? Integrate and automate this entire process. To understand that, let me take you to my screen. To begin with the process, we are first going to type the URL pabbly.com/connect, and here we have reached the landing page of this software. On the right hand side, you can see two options, sign in and sign up for free. So if you already have an account, simply sign in. If you are a new user, then click on this tab, sign up. It won't take more than 2 minutes, and also at the time of account creation, you will get 100 free tasks. So now I'm going to click on sign in, as I already am a user over here, and let's click on access now for Pabbly Connect, since we are doing this integration using Pabbly Connect software. Now we have reached the dashboard of this application. On the right hand side, you can see a tab, create workflow. Let's click on this, and a dialog box has appeared which is asking us to name this workflow. Now here my objective is that I have got certain titles in my Google Sheet or any other spreadsheet, and then I have got certain keywords associated with them. With these keywords, with the help of Pexels application, I wish to find certain images that go with the title that I have shared. Now Pexels is a provider of stock photography and stock footage, where you can get high quality royalty free stock images and copyright free pictures. So here I'm going to write or name my workflow as get the image links on Google Sheets through Pexels. Let's click on create. So as we do that, here we have reached another window which has got two significant events. One is trigger, another one is action. Triggers and actions are basically those two principles or concepts on which this entire automation works. Trigger is when this happens, and action is the response, basically do this. So here my trigger application would be Google Sheets, so I'm going to look for this. And now the event. Trigger event is the event that will make my workflow run. It would be new or updated spreadsheet row. Here we have received a webhook URL which is going to act as a bridge for connecting Pabbly Connect with Google Sheets. I'm going to copy this, and now I have to follow these steps so that the setup can be made, the connection can be made. So now I'm going to take you to the Google Sheet that I have created. So this is the Google Sheet that I have created. The name is Pexels Images Links, and the name of the sheet is Sheet 1. Let's say the title here and the keywords is this. How to automate business processes is my title, and let's say the keywords are sand timer or a clock or a space. So what do I want? That through Pexels I should be able to have certain videos with these keywords. Okay. Now to set up the connection between Pabbly Connect and Google Sheet, I have to go to extensions, then go to add-ons and reach get add-ons. So here we have reached the Google Workspace Marketplace. Here we are going to look for Pabbly Connect webhooks. So I'm going to click on this, and here you can see that this has already been installed in my system. So please make sure that you have installed it. Once done, close this window and then refresh the page. It is a mandate. And then you have to again go to extensions. So I'm going to now click on extensions. And here you can see that I can find Pabbly Connect webhooks in the drop down. Then go to initial setup. Also remember that the send on event should be checked. Why? Because if you haven't checked it, then after every event it would not be able to send the data. So now I'm going to go to initial setup, and here you can see that it has selected the sheet name, and now we have to paste the webhook URL that we have just received through Pabbly Connect. So I'm going to copy this, go here and paste it. Once done, here we have to write the trigger column. Basically this is the final data column on which the data is added. For us it is column number B. So I'm going to write B and send test. So here you can see that the test data has been sent successfully. Let's click on submit. And once this is done, then we are going to go back to Pabbly Connect and here to see if we have received the response. And yes, we have received the API response. This is our trigger column, the title, spreadsheet name, ID, sheet name, sheet ID, row index and keywords. Once we have received this information, now I'm going to choose my next action application as Pexels. Let's click on this. And the action event here would be to search for photos. Let's click on this and click on connect. So here Pabbly Connect is asking to connect itself with the Pexels account. So I'm going to select add new connection. And here we have to provide the API key for the authorization. So how would you get that? First you have to log into your Pexels account and then you have to click on this hyperlink. So as I do that, here you can see this is my API key. I'm going to copy this, go back to Pabbly Connect and paste it over here. And now let's click on save. So once done, here we have to map this information: query, orientation, size and color. Now mapping means that I already have this information either in my previous step or it is there in the system and I just have to retrieve it. Why do we do that? Because if we will write these values manually, then it will not get changed with the new data. So to make sure that every time with the new data the workflow should run, we have to map it. Now I'm going to click on query and here we have to provide the keywords. So let's select this. Orientation, so you have got options: landscape, portrait and square. I need it in landscape itself. Now the size. So here you can select the size of the image. Let's make it large. And you can also select the color. I'm going to leave it blank. Let's click on save and send test request. So here you can see that I have received the photo URLs. So basically I have received multiple pictures. So this is photo 1, photo 2, photo 3. I have received a lot of pictures. Let me show you one of it. So this is the photo URL. I'm going to copy this, open this in a new tab over here. So as per the keyword space that I had given, this particular image has been received. Also, if I take you down here, let's check another one. So this is another URL. I'm going to show this to you. So let's open this in a new tab. And here you can see this is another image that we have received. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to Pabbly Connect and this time I'm going to choose my last action application, which is Google Sheet once again. Why? Because I'm going to now update the sheet that I have created with the links. The action event here would be update range values. Why? Because we have to update a range for the 3 links that we wish to inculcate in our Google Sheet. Let's click on connect. And this time I'm going to go ahead with the existing connection. So once done, let's map the data. So this is Pexels images link. The sheet has already been here and the name of the sheet. Now the range. So let me show you the sheet and here the range would be C to E, right? So how am I going to write it? I'm going to write it as C and then the row index would be 2. So this is C2 and then we are going to put a colon. And then again I'm going to write E and the row index would be 2. This is how you have to write the range. Now the values. The values are supposed to be written within big brackets and also with double inverted commas. So I'm going to put a double inverted comma, go to step 2, and this is the first URL that I have received. What I'm going to do is I'm going to close this with double inverted comma, put a comma, and again repeat the same. So this time I'm going to go for photos 1 and close, open for the new one, and let's say this time it is photo number 2. So I have received 3 photos here. I'm going to close it. Here I'm going to close it and close it with big bracket. So once this is done, let's click on save and send test request. So here it is saying that my sheet has been updated. So let me take you to the sheet, and yes, here you can see that my sheet has been updated. But now we also need to check it in real time. How am I going to do that? I'm going to add another title over here. Okay, so let's say that the title is how to stay healthy and fit. And the keywords, let's say, are weights, fruits, and vegetables, and let's say some sports person. Okay, now as soon as I have written this, what should happen? Automatically the link should be created, and here you have the links right in front of you. So I'm going to show you one of these links. Let's click copy this, open the link in a new tab, and here these are the sports persons, right? So it will give you multiple images. You can select the image that you wish to. Now going back to Pabbly Connect, I'm going to exactly show you what we have done so that you are through with the integration process. So our trigger application was Google Sheets, where the event was new or updated spreadsheet row. Then as I take you down, our action application was Pexels, and here the event was search for photos, and our last action application was again Google Sheet, where we had updated the range values. I hope this is very much clear to you. If in case you have any doubt, don't worry, you can refer to the workflow. The same workflow that we have worked on is there in the video description. You can also clone the same and start to process immediately. Apart from this, if there is any particular integration that you wish to work on, please write to us. Thank you.
Earlier, we created a video showing a workflow which pulls the data from Facebook and adds that data into Google Sheet. Now, if you remember, our workflow worked something like this. Initially, we had a schedule trigger that used to run every 15 minutes to pick the data from Facebook. So this is a trigger step. It says that you have to run every 15 minutes. Now, in the second step, we used to get add account insights data with data preset. In this specific segment, we added our add account, we added a date preset, and then we had added our access token, right? So this is the segment that we have done earlier. And based on this data, we actually had all the data coming in from Facebook, and we got all the data like the ad spend, click, cost per click, CPM, impressions, and all those kind of data were fetched from Facebook inside the response, right? Now, in the next step, what we were doing is every 15 minutes, we were adding the data after fetching it from Facebook, and we were adding that data inside Google Sheet inside a new row. So if you can see right here, we have a spreadsheet by the name of Facebook ad spent for demo video. In the sheet 1, we were adding the date, we were adding the ad spent, we were adding the clicks, the CTR, and the impressions. And it was running every 15 minutes, right? So this was our workflow, and it was adding all the data inside our Google Sheet. So now you can see that every 15 minutes it runs. So on 2nd 11/2022 it ran. It added the ad spent happening at that point of time. It added the clicks, the CTR, and the impression. Then it ran 15 minutes later. Again on 2nd 11/2022, the ad spent increased in 15 minutes. And this is how it went until the maximum value was reached at $1,338 with this amount of clicks, this amount of CTR, and this are the number of impression. Now, if you can see the value right here, this is the ad spend that constantly keeps on increasing every 15 minutes. And after midnight 12, it started a new day, and now you can see the ad spent is getting increased every 15 minutes, right? So currently at current time, which happens to be 6:33 a.m., the ad spent is $332.64 according to Facebook, right? So we actually have a sheet right here. Now what we want to do is, if you can see this sheet, it will be pretty much a bit difficult sheet to monitor because the same data is getting captured for the same date every 15 minutes, and it will be very hard for someone to analyze how much ad was spent yesterday, day before yesterday, and things like that. So now what we are going to do is we are going to create a Looker Studio sheet. Earlier, Looker Studio was also known as Google Data Studio. And this is the type of sheet that we are planning to build, right? Let me just zoom it a little bit. So you can see Pabbly Connect daily Facebook ad spent. This Data Studio report gets data from Facebook Ads Manager using Pabbly Connect. So this was the landing page on which we were sending the customers to. But if you can see right here, it will show you all the ad spent for any particular day. Now 3rd of November, $310, November 2nd, $1,339.87, and things like that. Now it is pulling in data from a separate Google Sheet. It is pulling in this data from a separate Google Sheet, and this Looker Studio report is generated out of that Google Sheet. And in this video, what I will do is I will show you how you can connect this Google Sheet, which was created for demo video, and how you can create a similar Data Studio report from the very same data that we have inside Google Sheet right here, right? So what you have to first do is you have to go to datastudio.google.com, and then you have to click on create, right? And what we want to create is we want to create a new report, right? As soon as we do that, what I will do is I will just connect my Google Sheet right here. So you can see all the Google connectors are right here. So the connector that I will be using is Google Sheets, right? And it basically listed all the spreadsheets that are available in my account. In my case, the data is in Facebook ad spent for demo video sheet, and the worksheet is sheet 1, and it is saying that whether we want to use first rows as headers. So if I go back to my sheet, my first rows are really the headers. So I will say yes, and include hidden and filtered cell. In my case, there are no hidden and filtered cells. So I will just keep it ticked in, and then I will just click on add. So it is saying, note that report editors can create chart using the new data source and can add dimensions and metrics not currently included in the report. So I say that's fine, click on add to report, right? And as soon as you create this report, you will see Data Studio automatically created a table for us. On the left side, it gave us date, and on the right side, it gave us record count, right? Now, the interesting thing is it is giving us record count. Record count means the number of records there are in Google Sheet on that particular day. So for example, if you go right here and if you just select anything from 2nd of November, and if you select all the columns from 2nd of November, I selected from the first column until the last column. And instead of sum, if I do the count, it will say that I have a total of 66 columns on the 2nd of November, right? And this is the exact same data it should give us right here. So if you can see record count, it is giving us that the record count is 66. And on the November 3rd, the record count is 27. But to be honest with you, the record count is basically worthless for us, because what we will do by having a record count, because essentially we are running it every 15 minutes. So instead of having a record count, the real value for us will be the ad spent, and the ad spent that is the maximum for that particular day will be the thing that we want to have, right? For 2nd of November, it kept on running every 15 minutes. And the highest value was 1338.38, and that is the value that we are really looking forward to. Similarly, for 3rd of November, currently it is still the day that is active and running. So the highest value is again something that we want to look into, because anyone who watches this Google Data Studio report or the Looker report will actually find the value keeping on increasing all day long, and they can actually have access to the right data at the right point of time. So if you can see on the right side, when you click this table, and when you select this table, right, you will actually find a lot of things right here. So it is saying that what is the data source through which this table is created. In our case, the data source is Facebook ad spent for demo video sheet 1. And on the right side, it basically gives us all the type of data. It automatically detected the date and time field as a date and time field. So if you can see the calendar right here, it automatically detected the field as a date time field. Now that is the beauty of Looker Studio. It automatically detects most of the fields. So you do not even have to do anything. And it automatically pulled in this specific field and it added that field to data range dimensions field. Now, sometime it happens that this data range dimension field is not mentioned. And in that case, what you can do is you can just drag and drop this field over here. But currently it is automatically detected, so you won't even have to do anything, right? Now, our second dimension is date and time. And the metrics that we are really concerned about is this one, right? And it is showing record count right now. So I will just click on this metrics right here. And instead of saying that I want a record count, what I will do is I will click on ad spend, that I want to have the ad spend for this specific day. Now, the problem is what it did is when I selected the metrics as ad spend, right? My problem is it gave me the sum as a default metrics. Now, sum is what really is happening is with sum, it is just adding all this ad spent all together and showing us the total count in the Data Studio report. So if you just see the entire and if you select all the fields right here, let me just zoom it a little bit. Oops. So if I zoom it a little bit, you will see that it actually gave us the sum. Sum happens to be 56571.99. And that is exactly the value that you are seeing right here. But again, sum is something that is actually worthless for us. We do not want the sum. We want the maximum value for that particular day. So what you will do is inside this ad spent, instead of sum, just click on this pencil icon right here. And you will say that what you really want to get is the maximum value of that particular day. And as soon as you select the maximum value, you will see the ad spent is $1338.38. And the ad spend for 3rd November is $332.64, right? And now what you can do is it automatically selected the name and gave the name of the field as ad spent. But just in case, if you want to change anything, you can just write anything else, whatever you want, right? So that is how it is. And you can see the ad spent is now looking beautiful right here. The date time is also coming in right here. Now, the interesting thing about Google Data Studio Looker report is you can basically style it in any way that you want, right? So you can apply any table formatting that you want to apply. But in this case, what I will do is I will just apply a special template to this specific entire data sheet first. So if you can see right here in the corner, it says theme and layout, right? So I will just click on theme and layout, and you can basically select any kind of theme that basically suits your need. In my last case, I actually selected this groovy template, but whatever you want, you can actually have a nice theme and layout according to whatever you want. And just in case you want to have the fonts that looks a little bit bigger, what you can do is you can just select the table right here, click on style, right? And these are the font style that you can see, right? So if you want to increase the size of header, you can do that from here. You can change the font color, you can change the font type. So just in case you want to use Cursiva, you can do that. You want to use Comic Sans, you can do that. So those are the type of things that you can easily do using the Looker Studio. Then you can even change the color. For example, currently you are seeing the yellow color right here. You can even change the color of this specific yellow segment. And there are a couple of things that you can do, like changing the backgrounds. And even there was a field to change the value size as well. So I can just increase inside the table labels. I can basically increase the date and time and ad spent as well, right? Now, if you remember my sheet earlier, let me just open it up real quick. So if you remember seeing my Data Studio sheet earlier, this is how it looked earlier. So what I did is I actually added a couple of headings and all other data right here, right? And the interesting thing about this specific date range is if you want to add any more metrics, like if you want to see the maximum clicks for that specific day, you can also add clicks, and then you can say I want the maximum click for that day. Again, it will pull the data from Google Sheet, and you can also uh, put the clicks right here, right? You want to see the impressions, you can also put the impressions right here. So it will basically show you the number of impressions. Then you can even arrange the columns in whatever way you want so that it basically looks good. And CTR for a specific day, I think CTR should be something which needs to be averaged, and or maybe I think maximum value again you needs to be pulled in, because CTR, the final record, should be the final CTR, right? So again you can pick, so you can specify CTR. I'm not 100% confident about CTR because CTR might not be the maximum value because it can keep on increasing or decreasing. So CTR can even be the lower value. So if we want to pick the last value, earlier we were simply using maximum because it was maximum ad spend and maximum number of clicks. The CTR can keep on upping up or going down. And to be honest with you, I don't know the answer yet. So probably I will just use maximum for now, but I don't think using maximum for CTR might be a good idea, right? But this is how it looks. And apart from that, now if you want to add few data like the headings or something like that, you can just add it here. Pabbly Connect daily ad spent data, and then you can basically increase the font size from here, right? So you can increase it to whatever level you want. It looks a little blurry right now, but I think it will look good in just a few minutes. And then you can basically select the font that you want to use. For example, if you want to use impact, you can use impact font. And that is how you can basically design the Data Studio report. You can create any number of shapes, themes and layouts, text blocks, image blocks and things like that. And that is how I arranged this sheet. I added multiple text blocks right here. I will just click on edit and show you how I did it. So this was a single a text block with all the detail. Then I added a horizontal line. Again, I added another text block, and this is how it looks, right? So I hope that you understood how you can create, and let me just name the Data Studio report as well, because otherwise it will be lost. So right. So this is how the Google Data Studio sheet looks, and how you can share this with your team manager, your ad managers and team, so that they can keep on looking at this Data Studio sheet all day. Apart from that, the interesting thing is, if you remember, this specific sheet is getting updated every 15 minutes. So on each update, the value will be updated. And if you reload this sheet again, or if you refresh this data again, the ad spend will keep on increasing all day. There is just a couple of things that are missing right here. Currently, the newest day is at the bottom, but just in case if you want the newest date to be on the top, what you can do is you can just select the table right here. And if you go down below, you will see a sorting order right here, somewhere here. It is showing the sorting order as descending. Instead of that, you can sort it as ascending. Or in fact, what you can do is you can just add the date time field for sorting. And then you can, let me just click on add sort, click on date and time, because I want the sorting to be done by date and time, and just click on ascending. In fact, it says date and time as a secondary sort. No, we want to change this one, right? We want to change this field to date and time, and we want this to be descending, res. So this is the main sort, not the secondary sort. And this is ascending. Ascending means it keeps on increasing. Descending means it keeps on decreasing, right? And there is one more pattern where you can just see if you want to get the data, and it says show summary row, and it will basically show the entire summary as a grand total in the bottom. So just in case if you want that, you can have that. So Looker Studio in itself is very powerful, and you can do lots and lots of things. So just explore it a bit. I gave you a bit more data on how the sheet is built, and you can go out yourself and do a lot of crazy things on Looker Studio. There is just one more thing I want to tell you before I finish this video. I also have an advanced sheet, in fact, advanced data report created through two multiple Google Sheet at the same point of time. And in that point of time, what you can do is you can club two different sheets together through the date and time field, because that can act as a primary field, primary key for you. And what I have done is I have created two different sheets. One is the sales sheet and another one is the ad spend sheet. And for each day, I can see how much ad I am spending right now. And at the same point of time, I am also updating another sheet that captures all my sales happening across the day. And I'm putting it just adjacent to the ad spend that I'm doing. And that way I can actually create a very nice report that shows how much ad is spent and how much sales are happening at that point of time. And you can actually share that sheet with your Facebook ad managers and things like that, and even your team, and they can even see what is happening the entire day depending upon how you are running the advertising.
In this video, we are going to see how to send birthday wishes on SMS. So let's say that you have the data of all your employees on any spreadsheet, here Google Sheet. So you want that the entire sheet should be checked every day if there is a birthday, and then an SMS should be sent to the person automatically. Now how can this be done? For this you will have to integrate these two applications, and the same thing can be done using Pabbly Connect software. Here, once you have scheduled that the workflow should run every day at a particular time, your action applications would be Google Sheets and Twilio. Now, how can you do this yourself, integrate and automate this entire process? To understand that, let me take you to my screen. To begin with the process, we are first going to type the URL pabbly.com/connect. And as we do that, here we have reached the landing page of this software. On the right hand side, you can see tabs, sign in and sign up for free. If you are an existing user, simply sign in. If you are a new user, click on this tab, sign up. It won't take more than 2 minutes, and also at the time of account creation, you will get 100 free tasks. Now, since I already have an account here, I'm simply going to click on sign in. Here we have reached the all applications page. Let's click on access now for Pabbly Connect. And here we have reached the dashboard of the application. On the right hand side, you can see a tab, create workflow. Let's click on this. And here we have to name our workflow. So here my objective is that I have some information of all my clients or customers or employees on Google Sheets. And now I wish to send them birthday wishes on SMS. Like basically I want to send an SMS to them. So I'm going to write Google Sheets Twilio integration. So I'm going to use Twilio to send SMS. Let's click on create. Now here we have reached another window which has got two significant events. One is trigger, another one is action. Triggers and actions are basically those two principles or concepts on which this entire automation works. Trigger is when this happens, and action is do this. Basically, action here is the response of your trigger application. Now, I'm going to here first schedule the workflow. Basically, this is a feature by Pabbly which helps us in scheduling this workflow. So, I want it to run every day at, let's say, 10 o'clock in the morning. And now, I'm going to click on save. So here we can see that how often do you want to run your workflow? It's saying every day. This is the UTC time, which is around 5.5 hours prior to our time, local time. And this is the local time. Once this is done, now I want to fetch the current date so that I can map it with the date which is there in my Google Sheet. So I'm going to click on this, and here I'm going to use a feature by Pabbly which is date time formatter. Let's click on this. Now the action event here would be to fetch the current date. Let's click on connect. And now the basic format that I want to select is date, month and year. Do I want to include the time in response? No. Let's click on save and send test request. So here we have received the current date. Once this is done, now my objective is that I have to search for all the data which is there in my Google Sheet. So now I'm going to add another action step over here. And this time the application is Google Sheets. So let's click on this. And the action event would be to look up spreadsheet rows. So basically it's going to look up the entire row. Let's click on this. Click on connect. Here Pabbly Connect is asking to connect itself with the Google Sheets account. So to set up this connection, I'm going to click on add new connection and connect with Google Sheets. And here we have to choose the account. Once done, let's provide the authorization by clicking on continue. And here you can see that the authorization has been successful. This basically means that Pabbly Connect is now connected with Google Sheets. Once done, here we have to select the spreadsheet and then the sheet. So I have already created the spreadsheet. The name is birthday details and the name of the sheet is sheet 1. These are the column fields: name, date of birth, year of birth and phone number. So now I'm going to go back to Pabbly Connect and here birthday details. This sheet has already been captured. Sheet 1 is there. Now the lookup column. Which particular column do I want to look? I want to look at the column number B. So here I'm going to write column B. And then the lookup value. So here I have to map the value. But the thing is that here I have received my date of birth in date and month format. But the current date with which I have to compare is in a different format. So here I'm going to add another action step, which is a feature by Pabbly. Name is text formatter. So let's click on this. I'm basically going to split the data. So the action will be split text. Let's click on connect. Now here the text to split. So the text to split is this current date. The separator is hyphen. And then which segment do I want? So I want basically all the segments and I'm going to click on save and send test request. Now to understand why we have split this data, I'm again going to take you down. I'm going to refresh this connection. Select the existing connection. So once done, I'm going to come here and the lookup value would be this date and then again I'm going to go here and month. Now this exactly is in this format now, right? So that it would be able to look up the spreadsheet. So I'm going to go back to Pabbly Connect and do I want to include headers and response? Yes, sort value is top to bottom. Let's click on save and send test request. So here you can see that we have received the response. So I'm going to now toggle this towards the left. Why? Because I do not want simple response. I want advanced response. And I'm again going to click on save and send test request. So here you can see that we have received the entire information in an array format. Now, why have I received it in array format? So that I can actually segregate it row wise now. So for the segregation, I'm going to add another action step. And this time the feature is iterator by Pabbly. Let's click on this. Now here the response result, the array has been captured. Let's click on save and send test request. So basically here the response that we receive is in the first expanded data set of values which can be mapped in further steps. Here you can see that we have received the data only of one particular row. So my next action application is to send an SMS to the person. So here I'm going to choose Twilio. Let's click on this. And now the action event would be to send SMS message. Let's click on connect. Here Pabbly Connect is asking to connect itself with the Twilio account. Let's click on add new connection. Now to set up this connection, we need this information. And we can receive this. For this, we'll have to go to Twilio account. And as I come down, this is the information. This is the dashboard. I'm going to copy the account SID, go back here, paste it over here and here. And then the authorization token is this. So copy this, go back to Pabbly Connect and paste it. Once done, let's click on save to set up this connection. Here Pabbly Connect is connected with Twilio. Now the body of the SMS. So let's say that I wish to write dear and now I need to map the name of the person. So I'm going to go to iterator, go to the name. So this is the message that I wish to write. Once the body of the SMS is done, now the sender's number. So sender's number, again you are going to go to Twilio and this is your Twilio phone number. Let's copy this and this is your sender's number. And now we need to add the recipient's number. Again, we are going to map the data. We are going to click on this, go to fifth step. This is the number of the person, the recipient. But here you have to make sure that you write the country code along with the plus sign. So +91 is the country code for me. You can write it as per your country. Now let's click on save and send test request. So here you can see that yes, we have received the information, and at the same time here is the screenshot of the message that I have just received. This basically means that this entire integration process is a success. So I hope that you have understood this well. I'm again going to take you up and exactly explain the entire process once again so that you have a clear understanding of the same. So here we started with our trigger application as a feature by Pabbly, which is schedule, where we had scheduled this workflow to run every day. Then we had chosen few features by Pabbly. One was date time formatter to fetch the current date, then the text formatter to split the text. Then the action application was Google Sheets, where the action event was lookup spreadsheet rows. And then we had chosen another feature by Pabbly, which was iterator. And finally, the action application was Twilio, where the event was to send SMS message. I hope this is very much clear to you. If in case you have any doubt, you can refer to the same workflow. It is given in the description box. You can always clone the same and start to process immediately. Apart from this, if you have any other advice or suggestion, you can always write to us.
If you do Facebook ad campaigns on Facebook, one of the biggest challenges that just about every Facebook ad marketer is facing is that usually you are spending a lot of dollars every single minute, but you cannot basically track the spending entire day by logging into your Facebook account again and again. Now, in my case, what I have done is I spend a lot of money on Facebook ad campaigns. And what I have done is I have created this Data Studio report. What this Data Studio reports does is it pulls the data of the ad spent every 1 hour in this case, but just in case if you want to do that, you can basically do it every 5 minutes, every 15 minutes. It is all up to you. And it keeps on refreshing and updating the data in this Google Data Studio sheet itself. So this way, what people can do is they have an updated data of how much ad spent is done every single hour, and they can share this Data Studio sheet with their agency who is doing the marketing. They can share it with their couple of team members who can actually keep the track of how much ad is spent every single hour. The interesting thing is this Data Studio sheet is created from the data that is pulled in from Google Sheets. So I actually have a Google Sheet for this Data Studio report as well, and it actually contains all the data. And based on that data, that this Data Studio sheet is being created. So this video basically is created to show you how you can create a Data Studio sheet just like this, right? Now, this video involves two different steps. First, how you can fetch the data from this Facebook ad campaign account and how you can send the data to Google Sheet. And the next part of this video will be showing how you can create Data Studio sheet, Data Studio report from Google Sheet, right? So we will be covering both the steps one by one. So I have spent $412.47 on the 2nd of November 2022 until 7:29 a.m. Now I will be showing you how you can send the ad spend data to this Google Sheet. I have already created a Google Sheet. You can see the date and time. You can see the ad spent. You can see the clicks. You can see the CTR. You can see the impressions, right? Even though it shows date and time, we will just be adding date here. And what we will be doing is every 15 minutes, we will be running a scheduled trigger, which will keep on checking and going to Facebook and pulling in the data, pulling out the data from your Facebook Business Manager directly, and it will keep on updating the data right here. In fact, not updating, it will keep on adding new rows for the new data that is coming in every 15 minutes, right? So let me show you how it is done. The first step involves you to going to Pabbly Connect. Now, Pabbly Connect is an integration software that helps you to bind two different applications together. In this case, we are binding your Facebook Ads Manager with Google Sheets. So that way, whatever update is happening in Facebook Ads Manager will be automatically updated in Google Sheet, right? To get Pabbly Connect, you actually have to go to the website pabbly.com, and you can basically get a plan for Pabbly Connect. This is the product that I am talking about. You can get a plan for this specific product. We offer both one-time offer as well as recurring plan. Depending upon what needs you have, you can purchase a relevant plan. We also offer a free task account. So basically whatever automation I am teaching you here, you can always test it out yourself at your end before even making a purchase. Now I have got to pabbly.com/connect, and all you have to do is just do a sign up free if you are not already registered. Otherwise, just sign into your account, and signing to your account will take you to a dashboard. And from that dashboard, you can just click on Pabbly Connect Access Now, which will essentially take you to this page, right? Now, the first step will be involving you to create a workflow. Now, I am creating this workflow for Facebook Ads Insight video demo. So this is my video demo. So that is why I'm creating a workflow by this name. I just press the create button. Now there are two steps in this workflow. First step is the trigger. The second step is the action. Trigger shows what essentially will start this workflow, right? So I want to start this workflow on a basis of a schedule, and the schedule is pretty much already set. How often you want to run your workflow? At regular intervals, every 15. So 15 is enter the value in minutes or hours or days when the workflow should be executed. So I said every 15 and the time span is minutes. So basically I want to do pretty much the same thing. I want to schedule and run this workflow every 15 minutes. So I will just press on save. Clicking on save basically shows you the data, and it shows that whenever the response is received, it means the workflow trigger is now set up, right? So schedule is now set up. It will keep on checking every 15 minutes. Now, which application I have to pick? Now I have to pick Facebook Ads Insight application. So just click on Facebook Ads Insight application right here. Now this is an action step, which means what we are essentially doing is we are picking the data, we are pulling in the data from Facebook Ad Insight. Now there are multiple action events that you can choose from. Now get ad account insights with date preset, get ad account insight with time range, get ad object insight with date preset, get ad object insight with date time range, and you can basically see all the different possibilities that are there by checking the description written in each one of them. These two are deprecated, which means they are not available now, and the much more advanced versions are not now available for the very same action step. So in my case, what I will be doing is I will be just choosing this one, which says get ad account insight with date presets. Just click on connect, and as soon as you do the connection thing, you will see I have you actually have to figure out three fields. First is the ad account ID. Enter your Facebook ad account ID. For example, this one. Visit your Facebook business account and get the ad account IDs from the top right drop down area, right? Second is the date preset that you have to use: today, yesterday, this month, and whatever it is. And third is the access token, on how you can create an access token at your end. Now, first thing is ad account ID. So we have to figure out the ad account ID. So in that case, what I will do is I will just go to business.facebook.com/ads manager. If you see right here, this is your ad account ID, and this is 8839. Let me just type it in the URL box above. So 8839124156111751. Okay, so I just copied this ad account ID and I'm just pasting this ad account ID right here. Now it is asking us for the date preset, which means which specific data you want to pull out. So I want to pull out the data for today. And let me just tell you one more thing. My ad account is set up on the basis of an Indian time zone, right? So India time zone is usually UTC plus 5:30, which essentially means we are 5 hours 30 minutes ahead of UTC. And when I say today, it keeps the timing, and I am currently in India. It is 7:35 a.m. here. So in my case, it picks the timing from 12 midnight until the 12th of next day, right? So this is the date preset that I want to fetch the data for today. Now, just imagine every 15 minutes this trigger is going to run. And what it will essentially do is it will keep you giving out the data for today. And the today data is going to be updated every 15 minutes depending upon whenever the ad spent is going to happen, right? And it keeps on happening because in my case, I have scheduled that I want to spend $2,000 in a day. So it keeps on increasing the amount every 15 minutes, right? And the third thing is access token. Now access token is something which takes couple of steps, and I have actually done a separate video on how you can capture and get the access token. We also have a written guide right here. Even clicking on this link will take you to this guide, and it shows you the way in which you can create an access token. So the step involves going to developers.facebook.com, and you can just create an app just like shown on the screenshot. Just click on, then you have to go to business page, create a system user, just assign the permission for an ad account to that system user. Apart from that, also assigning the permission to the app, just select the app name, give relevant permissions to the app, click on generate token, and your token will be generated right here. So you can see the token is something like this, and this is the token that will be generated if you follow the same steps. If you are having any trouble in getting the access token, you can also watch the video written on the very same guide, which is forum.pabbly.com/threads/facebook-ads-inside.2219. So even if you watch this, if you see this video or go over to this link and watch this video or read the instruction, you will be able to get the access token for running this specific and getting this specific token, right? In my case, I already have a token, so I will just copy this token. I will go back to this page and I will paste this token right here, right? So in my case, all three things are done. The ad account is done, the date preset is done, and the access token is now added. Now what I will do is I will just simply click on save and send test request, and that will actually give me all the relevant data for this specific minute at 7 minutes and 37 seconds. So I just pressed on save and send test request, and you can see all the data is right here. This is the data account ID, right? This is the Facebook pixel. I actually entered the value that if someone is initiating a checkout, this is the relevant value that the product has, account name, the amount of money that I have spent till now. So it shows $424.65. So if I go back here, earlier it was 412. I will just refresh this page and you can see $424.65. And you can see the very same data is right here. You can also see how much clicks are there on the ad, and you can see cost per unique click, cost per inline link click, what is the CPC, what is the CPM, what is the CPP, what is the current CTR, what is the impression, what is the frequency. Now some people, depending upon what data you need on your data studio, you can pick different kind of data. In my case, I'm just picking ad spend, clicks, CTR and impressions. But on your case, you might be tracking impressions quite aggressively. So you can pick impressions in that case. So depending upon your needs, you actually have access to just about every single data right here. So depending upon your need, you can pick whatever data you need. And based on that, you can run your automations, right? So because I already got the data, and this data will be fetched every 15 minutes through the trigger, through an schedule trigger. What I'm now doing is I am adding this data to my Google Sheets, which is already created, that I showed you just few moments back, right? So my sheet name is Facebook ad spend for demo video, right? So I will choose an app name as Google Sheet. Action event will be add new row because we want to add a new row. And I will be clicking on add new connection. Then I will click on connect with Google Sheet. I will choose my relevant email account on which the sheet is created. Actually, this will ask me to tap and verify my account on my mobile. I just verified it. It is asking us for some permission, so I will just click on continue. The authorization is successful. And you can see it pulled different spreadsheets in my account. In my case, I will be concerned about this Facebook ad spend for demo video spreadsheet. It will auto select the sheet in this spreadsheet, which happens to be sheet 1. So you can see this is sheet 1, and these are the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 columns that it actually brought in. And you can see the same 5 columns here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are also right here. So now what I will do is I will just start mapping this values from the values that I got just on the upper side of this app, right? So all the response, in the response, I actually have all the data right here. So what I will do is I will start mapping, right? So first thing is data, in fact, date. So in this case, if I search for date, Facebook Ad Insight actually pulled out the date, which shows data date stop. Now there is a start date and there is a stop date. Interesting thing about Facebook Ad Insight data is it pulls the data right from the start of the date to the end of the current time. So in my case, I just want to pick the stop date, right? So that means it is giving me the final date of today. Then ad spent. So ad spent, let me see, spent. So it shows RES2 data spent, which is 424.65. So what you can do is you can just map this ad spend data. Then it shows the clicks. So I will just add the data clicks, which happens to be 1,999. So these are the number of clicks that I received by spending this money. Then the CTR, and you can see there are multiple CTR. One is data CTR, one is inline link click CTR. This is outbound clicks CTR. This shows outbound clicks. And this is website CTR link click, right? So depending upon whatever data you want to get, you can just map it relevantly. In my case, I'm just plugging in the regular CTR, and then I am searching for impressions, and you can see RES2 data impressions. So these are the number of impressions that I received by spending this level of money. So now once everything looks good to you, just see this sheet right here. The sheet is empty, it just has the headers in it. Now I will just click on save and send test request. And you can see that as soon as I clicked on save and send test request, the data is right here. It shows the current date, it shows the ad spent, it shows the number of clicks, it shows the CTR, and it shows the impressions, right? Now, the interesting thing is after 15 minutes, this workflow is going to run again. And at the time of running again, it will again go to step 2, which will be Facebook Ad Insight. It will again pull the data, and the data will be updated, and depending upon that updated data, the Google Sheet will be updated, right? So this will keep on updating. And the interesting thing is that this date will remain same for the current date. The ad spend will keep on increasing. The clicks will keep on increasing. The CTR might go up and down, and the impression will keep on increasing, right? Now, the interesting thing is, which I will actually tell you in a separate video on how to create a Google Data Studio report. I will also include the link of that, how to generate a Google Data Studio report from this Facebook ad spend data. And I will be showing you, and I will be adding the link of that video in the description of this video. So that way you can create a Data Studio report at your end as well. But the interesting thing is, what I will do while creating a Data Studio report is, I will pick the maximum value of ad spend for that particular day, right? So if you see right here, on November 1st, 2022, the total ad spend was 1334.37. And the reason it was 1334.37 was because what I did is I already had a sheet which had all the data for that specific date. And at the time of setting up this Google Data Studio report, what I did is I made sure that I picked the maximum value for that specific date to create this report. So let me try to show you that that sheet itself. So that way it will give you much more idea on what I am talking about. So this is my Facebook ad spend sheet that I created earlier, and it actually comes and shows the relevant and real data in real time. It only has 2 column, date and ad spend. So what it does is, if you go down there, down below, it keeps on adding the data right here, right? So on the 1st of November 2022, my highest ad spent was 1334.37. And in fact, this workflow was every 1 hour. So every one over this rows were getting added right here. And the final row for that specific day was 1334.37. This was the maximum value out there. Now, if you see the sheet right here, it actually shows the maximum value, which is 1334.37 for that specific day. So what I will relevantly do is I will just keep on creating this data studio report by fetching the maximum value for that specific day. And that will actually create my data studio report that anyone can track just about every other minute. And just to finish this video, there is one more thing I want to tell. The Pabbly Connect workflow that I set up to run every 15 minutes, you can basically reduce this value to every 1 minute as well. You can even increase the value to 1 hour depending upon how frequently you want the data to be checked. You can basically do it, and you can of course do the very same process in the way you want to do, right? So again, thank you for checking out this video. This video shows how you can get the data from Facebook Ad Insight and send it to Google Sheet.
In this video, you will learn how you can send payment reminders to late payers on their WhatsApp automatically and directly from your Google Sheets application. Guys, for this, you just have to maintain a record of your customers and their due dates inside a Google spreadsheet, and our automation workflow is going to check every day whose customer's payment is due and on which date, and a few days before the due date of the payment, a reminder message will be sent to that customer automatically on his or her WhatsApp, informing the customer that his due date is coming and he has to pay the due amount. Okay. So we are going to set up this automation without any coding very easily. Let's begin. To set up this automation, guys, we are using Pabbly Connect, which is an automation tool, and this is the landing page of Pabbly Connect. I have pasted the same link in the description as well. So from here you can set up your free Pabbly Connect account and you will get free automation tasks every month to test and set up your automations. So you can just sign up right now, and after that you have to sign in and reach the Pabbly Connect product, and here's how the dashboard of Pabbly Connect is going to look like. And from here you have to click on this create workflow button to set up the automation workflow, and here you can give a suitable name to your workflows as well. So I am giving the name here. So I have given the name payment reminders automation, and after giving the name, just click on this create button and you can see your workflow page is getting ready here. And on this page, guys, you will find these two modules, the trigger and the action. So with the help of these two modules, we can set up any automation. So here in the trigger, you have to connect the trigger application, and the trigger application is the application in which the trigger event is going to occur. So trigger event is the event which kickstart this workflow and start this workflow. Okay. And the action would be the consequence of the trigger or the response towards the trigger. So action is going to occur in any other application. Okay. So in this use case, first of all, we are going to schedule the running of this workflow on everyday basis, such that this workflow should run every day and check this spreadsheet in which I have entered the details of my customers and their due dates. Okay. And the due amounts as well. So this workflow is going to check this spreadsheet and see whose due date is coming and whose payment is due, and a reminder message will be sent to only those people whose payments are due. Okay. So for that, we are going to use scheduler feature here in the trigger. So select scheduler. With the help of this feature, we can schedule the running of workflows. Okay. And here it is asking how often you want to run your workflow. So I want that this workflow should run every day. So I'm selecting everyday option here. And here you can select a suitable time for this workflow to run as well. So I'm giving the time here as 10 in the morning. Okay. So this is a 24 hours clock. So select that. You can select the time accordingly and then click on save, and you can see this workflow is scheduled to run at this time every day, right? After that, what I want that this workflow should run and check the details of the spreadsheet. So guys, we are going to fetch the details of those people only from the spreadsheet whose due date is coming or whose payments are pending. For that, we are going to connect Google Sheets here in the Sections tab. So search for Google Sheets in the Sections tab. And in the action event, use lookup spreadsheet rows option. So with lookup spreadsheet rows, we can search a specific term in our spreadsheet, and the details related to that term in a row will be captured here in this workflow. So just click on connect here, and from here select add new connection, then click on connect with Google Sheets. From here select the Google account by which you have created that sheet, and then provide some additional access to that account. Just click on continue from here, and you can see the authorization is successful and we are connected now. And here it is asking for the spreadsheet's name. So the name of my spreadsheet is this payment reminder. So when you click here, it will show you the list of all the spreadsheets that you have created. From here select your spreadsheet's name, then you have to select the sheet's name. So my sheet's name is clients, so I'm selecting clients here. Now it is asking for the lookup column. So here it is asking in which column you want to search for a specific term. So this is my spreadsheet, these are the columns I have, and I want to search this due word in this G column. Okay, so when I'm going to search for this due word, the details of all the customers whose payments are due will be captured in my workflow. So lookup column is the G column and the lookup value is due. So in this lookup column put capital G, and in the lookup value put due as it is, as you have written here in the spreadsheet. Okay, so I have written the due with the D capital, so I have put the same here. Okay, and now it is asking if you want to include headers in the response. Okay, so you can search the headers as well, so you can make it true or false according to you. And here it is asking sort value option. So if you want to sort the value from the top, you can select top or bottom according to your need. I'm selecting top here. Then after that, to fetch the data here from the spreadsheet, you can click on save and send test request button. Let me show you. And now you can see in this response, we got the details captured of the customers whose payments are due. And here you can see the payment statuses, the due amounts, and the total amounts, and all the things related to the customers are fetched here. But guys, it has fetched the data of all the customers together at once. But we want that this workflow should check the customers one by one and send the reminder messages one by one. For that, we are going to use another feature of Pabbly Connect, which is called iterator. And to use iterator, we need to capture this data here in array of data format. Okay, so to capture the data in array format, you just have to toggle the simple response button to off. Okay, then you have to click on save and send test request, and the same data will be captured now in this format. You can see in this response result label, now we got the data in array of data format. Okay, now we can separate or segregate this data in row by row form with the help of iterator. So iterator is going to take one row at a time. Let me show you. Just click here on this plus icon, and here you will find this iterator option. Click on it. And here it is asking choose the array that you want to iterate out. So when you click here, the previous step will appear here like this, and from here only just map this response result label like this. Okay, this is the same response result label. Now click on save and send test request, and now you can see it started showing the details of the first customer whose payment is due from our spreadsheet. Okay, so this is how it is going to work. It will make this workflow run one by one, starting from the first customer whose payment is due, then for the second, and for third, and so on. Okay, and after that, what I want to send a reminder message, but I want to send the reminder messages before the due date. So for checking that, we are going to compare the due dates with the date on which the workflow is running. So workflows are running at the current date. Okay, so first of all, let's fetch out the current date. So just click on plus icon here, and from the sections tab, I'm going to look for date time formatter feature. So here you can see date time formatter, select it, and in the action event you will find this option. Let me show you, current date. So it is going to retrieve the current date, that means the date on which the workflow is running. Click on connect here, and here it is asking in which format you want the date. So you have to select the same format of the date in which you have entered the dates here in this spreadsheet. So I have entered the dates here in this MMDDYY format, month, date and year. Okay, so I'm selecting the same. MMDDYY is here selected. Then click on save and send test request, and you will get the current date in the exact same format, right? Now click here on this plus icon and another action tab will open up. Now we are going to compare the current date with the due date, and for that I am going to use number formatter feature here. So search for number formatter, and in the action event I am going to use the spreadsheet formulas option. So you can apply spreadsheet kind of formulas also in the workflows. So select spreadsheet formulas option, click on connect, and here you can see it is asking for the formula, and here you can check the list of formulas we provide or Pabbly Connect provide that you can use here. So just click on this check full list text here, and here you will find the list of the formulas that you can use. And here I am going to use this days formula. You can see days formula. So this formula gives you the duration between two dates. Okay, so I'm just copying the formula format here, and I'm going to paste the formula here, and in place of these dates I'm going to map the dates from the previous steps. First of all, let me erase these dates. Okay, and in between these commas, first of all I'm going to map the date which is coming from the spreadsheet, that means the due date. Okay, so you will get the due date from this iterator step where we have separated the details of the customers. So just click on this iterator step here and map the due date from the iterator step only. Okay, here is the due date, map it. Okay, now come here in the second commas, and now from this current date step, from the previous step, map the current date. Okay, then click on save and send test request, and here you can see the result is 14. That means the due date of this customer is 14 days ahead of the current date. Okay, so this is what it means, that there is a difference of 14 days between the due date and the current date. Now we got the data, and now we are going to apply the condition that when this result here shows you the value which is greater than 0, that means that due date is ahead of current date, then only continue the workflow. For that, guys, just click here in this plus icon and search for filter option to apply the condition, and here it is asking which label you want to select. So you just have to click here and it will show you the previous steps, and from this last number formatter step, map this result label, and this result label should be greater than 0. For that, select the filter type, and here you will find this greater than option. Select that, and in place of value you have to put the value as 0. Okay, so when this result is going to be greater than 0, then only the workflow is going to continue and send a reminder message. So click on save and send test request here. So the condition is true. Now we can send a reminder message. For that, just click here in this plus icon, and here we are going to send messages using WhatsApp or on the WhatsApp of the customers. Now for that, we need to connect with WhatsApp here, and to connect with WhatsApp we need to have the access of WhatsApp's API or application programming interface. So we are going to use WhatsApp's own cloud API platform for that. Okay, but before connecting with cloud API here, first of all you need to connect your number with the cloud API system. For that, guys, we have created a dedicated separate video which I have pasted in the description. From that video you can learn how you can set up the system of cloud API for your number and how you can use it. So after watching that and following the procedure, you can just search for cloud API here and it will appear here. You just have to select it, and in the action event, guys, you have to select the send template message option, then click on connect, and from here select add new connection option, and here it is asking for the token of the cloud API, phone number ID, and the business account ID details. So guys, to know more about these things and how to make connections, you can just read here the help text, and here it is written enter system generated token as explained here. So when you click on this here word written in blue, you will reach the forum page of Pabbly, and here we have these videos embedded. You can see on how to set up the cloud API inside Pabbly Connect. Then we have a video on generating the permanent access token of cloud API. Then we have written instructions along with screenshots to inform you about making the connections. So you can learn all the things from here only. And for these things, I can show you my cloud API setup as well. Here you can see, guys, I am under WhatsApp's getting started page under the cloud API Meta for Developers platform. And here we have a temporary access token. So first they provide you temporary tokens, but these tokens expires in 24 hours. So if you want to continuously run your workflows, you need to generate a permanent token. For that, you can watch the video from the description or from this forum page. Okay. And after generating the token, you have to paste the token here. Similarly, you will find this phone number ID here. Just copy that and paste it here. Then you will find the business account ID here. Copy that and paste it here. Alright, and after pasting all the things, just click on save and you will be connected with Cloud API. And this connection that you're making here will be saved in your account. Okay, so you can rename this connection as well by filling the name here of the connection. And after that, if you want to make the connection again in future in different workflow or in the same workflow, you can use your saved connection as well. So guys, I have already created many connections with my Cloud API. So let me show you. For using saved connections, you just have to click here on this existing connection option. And here it will show you the list of all the saved connections that you have like this. From here, you can choose any of your connection. I am choosing this one. And then click on save and you will be connected with Cloud API again. Okay, you can see I am connected here. And here it is asking for the template's name. So guys, to send messages on WhatsApp, you need to create message templates first. So message templates are pre-created message structures that you need to create in Cloud API platform to send messages. Okay. So for this purpose, I have created this template. Let me show you. So this is a reminder message template I have created for this purpose. You can see this is how the message is going to look like when we use it. It is saying, hi Roger Binney, which is just a sample name of any person. Your payment of this amount for this product is due. Please pay your balance as ASAP. We offer financial assistance as well. So this is the kind of message I have created. You can create such messages for yourself according to you also. And if you want to know how I have created this template, you can watch the video from the description. We have created a separate video on message template creation as well. And in this message template, we have some variable tags also. You can see here after hi, I have this 1 in double curly braces, then 2, then 3 and 4 and 5. So these are called body fields or variable tags we have. And these are the things we can change with every message. Okay. So to get the things changed, first of all, you need to select the message templates name from this templates list. So my templates name is payment reminders. Here it is selected. And you can see the language code and the template ID is auto populated here. And here it is asking for the recipient's mobile number or the WhatsApp number on which you want to send the message. So you will get the WhatsApp number from the previous iterator step. Here you can see in the spreadsheet, I have entered the WhatsApp numbers of my customers as well. And we got captured here. And from iterator, I have separated it out. So I am selecting the number from here only. Okay. Then it is asking for the body fields name. So we need to map the values here to get the body fields change with the message. Okay. So the first body field is for the name of the person to whom we are sending this message. Then we have the product's name, the amount, and the product's name, and the email address if you want to provide, and the shop's name or the business's name. So let's map the data. So here I'm going to map the data from the iterator step only. So this is the due amount. So let's map the due amount here. Then the product's name from the iterator only. Okay. And here you can provide any email address of yours if you have any. I'm just copying this data from here. You can provide your email address, and here the business's name. And remember, the things that you are entering here manually are not going to change. They will remain the same. But the things that you are mapping here from the previous steps, like this name, I have forgotten the name, and the due amount and the phone number, are going to update it with every execution of the workflow. Okay, so these are the things which are going to change with every new message. These things will remain static. So for now I have put this manually because these are the same things I want. Okay, you can customize these things according to you. And now you can check your connection with WhatsApp by clicking on save and send test request button, and a WhatsApp message will be delivered to this number. So this is not an actual number. So to show you the demo how the message is going to look like, I'm going to place my number here, and then I'll click on save and send test request to show you the message. So guys, I have clicked on save and send test request button, and a new message is here on my WhatsApp. You can see this is a new message I have received, and the message is this. You can read, hi, demo name 1, your payment of 5,000 for mobile phone is due. Please pay your balance ASAP. And here you can see in place of all the body fields, the data got placed as it is, as I have mapped here in the workflow. You can see all the things are placed as it is. So this is how it is going to work, guys. So we are done setting up this automation, and you have to set up this automation only once. After that, you don't have to do anything manually in this workflow. After that, whenever this workflow is going to find the due amount of any customer from your spreadsheet, it is going to send a reminder message automatically. And guys, if you want to use this workflow, you can use it, because I'm going to paste the link of this workflow in the description, and you can clone it in your own free Pabbly Connect account and start using this automation instantly.
Guys, thank you so much for watching our video, and please let us know how our automation ideas are helping you in the comment section. And if you have any queries related to this application, please ask your queries from this forum link, and do check the pricing of this application from this link. And guys, we are open to ideas. If you want us that we should make videos on other aspects of your business, please do let us know in the comment section. And if you like our work, please subscribe to our channel.